Hi, my name is Matt Morrow. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer for Clearent, and I want to welcome you to our first ever ISV Virtual Summit. We appreciate and value your time, and we're glad that you're taking some of your day today to spend it with us. We've got great content planned, some pre-recorded panel discussions, interviews with payment experts and software executives. We're going to discuss things like sales strategies, payment trends, things to help you grow your payments business within your software organization. Where payments and software meet is a complex environment, but we're here to help. See, Clearent, we're built different. We're a payments company, but we're also software companies as well. We have different perspectives and approaches to solve the problems that you're seeing out there in the market today. And we're hoping that you can leverage our ideas and best practices to help your organization reach its goals. Thank you for your time today, and I'm going to pass it over to Phil Rickey and Lauren Garrett to kick us off. Thanks, guys.
Hi, and welcome to Clearent's ISV Virtual Summit. I'm Phil Rickey.
And I'm Lauren Garrett.
And thank you so much for joining us today. Today is going to be focused on you and how you can find new revenue sources for your business and unlock your full growth potential now and well into 2021 with integrated payment technologies and proven go-to-market strategies.
Today we have an incredible lineup of panels where we facilitated an open dialogue with payment experts at Clearent and a few of our ISV partners around SaaS sales, payment technologies, and proven strategies that you can use to increase both.
In each session, you'll walk away with a variety of expert tips and actionable advice that you can use to unlock your full potential and propel your business forward.
While each panel is pre-recorded, we will have a live Q&A at the end of the session where you can ask the panelists questions and network with other attendees live.
So we'll be sending out links to each of those sessions at the conclusion of the conference so that you're free to attend as many sessions as your schedule allows, while we save the rest for you to view and watch at a later day.
So with that, let's get started and dive into the day with our keynote session. To kick things off, we will be discussing the future state of SaaS, payments, and key growth drivers in our keynote session.
In this conversation, you'll hear from different points of view from SaaS providers as they discuss how they measured success with payments for their business, why integrated payments are so critical in today's ever-changing world, and what the future of payments and the landscape will look like for SaaS providers in 2021.
As a reminder, the discussion is pre-recorded and will feature a live Q&A at the conclusion of the session, so jot down your notes and questions for the panelists. And with that, let's get started.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Clearent ISV Keynote Panel. Big thanks to Lauren for that wonderful introduction. And we are very excited to actually begin and start talking to some real experts in the software space. Now, what our keynote panel is really focused on is talking to executives who actually have gone through everything, that go through what you go through every single day, understand what it takes to make things work, give you some realities, and really just explore what it is to be a payment integrator, ISV. So a lot of really good information, and good information can only come from really brilliant people. So I'm going to introduce our panelists. We're very excited to have them with us. First off, he is the general manager from Spot Business Systems. Spot Business Systems was created one of the most powerful SaaS-based solutions, helping textile cleaning companies manage day-to-day operations. It's one of the leading softwares in that space. And the man here to talk about it is Mr. Tom Beidel. Hello, sir. Thank you and welcome today.
Hello, yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. She is from Clearent's Field Service Division, which is responsible for generating revenue initiatives across field services, including Field Edge, which if you don't know Field Edge, one of the leading in field service softwares out there. Service Autopilot's one of the leading in the green space arena. CoolFront, which is one of the best in HVAC. So a big variety of portfolios all in there. She is the Chief Revenue Officer of that, and her name, by the way, a recent top 50 of female leaders in the software mag. I mean, that ISV mag. I mean, that's pretty good there. Miss Cassie Fields. Welcome to the panel, Cassie. How are you today?
Thanks, Phil. Way to make me blush.
That's all right.
Nice to be here. Thanks for having me.
Excellent. And then last but not least is a gentleman that you're going to actually see a lot today. He is actually the director of our business development here at Clearent. He works with ISVs all day long. And a lot of the things that you're going to hear from practical experience from Cassie and Tom, this gentleman deals with it and helps people actually through this process, coming on and really getting it going. His name is Mr. Brian Abernathy. Welcome to the panel. Good sir. How are you?
I'm great, Phil. Happy to be here. Excited for a great day.
I am as well. And with that, let's get this wonderful party started. So, lots to do with payments. 2020, what a year, right? I think it's all fair to say that when we were all sitting down at the end of 2019 and we were dreaming about 2020, this is not what any of us put in our roadmaps. Fair? Right? Lots of things happened this year. It's changed a lot of strategies. Payments, for a lot of people joining us today, is one of those things that maybe was on their roadmap. Maybe they've already done it. Maybe not. Maybe they're thinking about it. But now, here we are. So what I'd like to do is kind of ask a bunch of questions really about your businesses and how you have traversed everything, right? There's a lot going on. So what I'd love to do is start with going in about your businesses so that people can understand what you guys do, how you do it, so that they can get kind of an orientation to that. So Tom, let's start with you over at Spot. If you could give us a little bit deeper dive into the industries that you serve, the value the software brings to your customers and to the table. How do you really value measure your values and your matters that to you, and what are the returns back to the business? You give us a little bit about Spot, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thanks. Yeah, happy to share a little bit of what I've learned in my career in the software as a service industry. As you mentioned, Phil, I'm currently leading a company called Spot Business Systems. Spot services the textile industry. Right, not the first industry people think of building software around, but I think that's truly the beauty of software, right? Every industry in some way, in some shape, and in some form is adopting software to help with their operational load. Specifically, Spot serves thousands of dry cleaning, restoration, and laundromat customers, and we've been doing that nearly 30 years now, and we've been quite successful. So think from AR to CRM to production operations to even vehicle maintenance. Spot allows its customers to operate more efficiently, which thereby reduces the amount of labor hours in an otherwise very labor-intensive industry. And then to talk about how we measure the business and metrics, we get deep into the SaaS KPIs. I'm always reviewing different KPIs. The one that comes to mind first is net revenue retention. This really is a metric that allows me to know how we are selling into our current customer base. What is the further adoption of upsell products, of ancillary products, of adjacent products? That's an important factor into the health of our customer base. And so that's a metric I look at. Another one that comes to mind, I think, for every SaaS company is churn. As most of you know, it takes 5 to 7 times more dollars to land a new customer than it does to retain one you already have. So having a deep focus on churn keeps your company razor sharp. Take product innovation, for example. We're looking at 2 things when it comes to product innovation. 1, how does it deepen the satisfaction of our current customers? And then 2, how does it attract more new ones, right? It's a delicate dance as we aim to achieve a perfect balance between churn and reducing churn and increasing growth. We'll never achieve that perfection, but it's really about the trajectory we are on. And that's why churn is so important to SaaS companies. And then lastly, the last one that comes to mind is the rule of 40. I'm a stickler for ensuring that combined growth rate and the profit margin exceeds 40%. I want to ensure that our team is operating at the highest level possible. I want to see that high level of performance, and this metric really gives me a keen view into how we're doing as a company. So anyways, that's kind of a taste test for what Spot does and how I keep a pulse on both business and revenue operations.
That's fantastic. Thank you for that. And I think that's a really good overview of of just not only your business, but a really smart way how to think about that. So thank you very much for that. Cassie, same question to you, ma'am. Tell us all about Clearent Field Services and everything that makes up the portfolio and how you guys think about the business.
Yeah, absolutely. So Field Services is actually comprised of 3 different software companies, which you listed in the intro. A company called Field Edge, which is actually where I began my journey with Clearent and with the overall company. Cool Front, which also focuses in HVAC alongside Field Edge, and also Service Autopilot, who focuses in the green industry. And so these businesses are all very similar in that they provide a business management platform to industries that have been relatively antiquated for quite some time. And so they're really providing a way for these companies to come into the digital world to help better manage their businesses by driving more revenue, but also by creating operational efficiencies in the office and in the field. So our platforms do everything from customer relationship management to marketing tracking and automation to some degree through some of our integration partners. We do work order creation and estimate creation, and even provide mobile applications in the field for technicians to use when they are both selling, but also when they're collecting payment. And that ultimately integrates back into the accounting package. So really a core platform for the businesses that we serve and the markets that we serve. To follow up with Tom, from what Tom said, we obviously monitor key metrics like net retention as well. Those are absolutely critical for us. But we also look very, very closely at net acquisition. So we're looking constantly, being in a market that is slower to adopt technology. We're really focused on new logo acquisition as our first key metric, but also very closely monitoring churn, net expansion. So how well do we get in and continue to sell into our customer base? And then also payment attach. So I know we're going to talk quite a lot about that in here, but that's a key metric for us that we stay focused on, both penetration rates into our customer bases, but also how well are we attaching payment to new sales as they come in the door in all 3 businesses.
That's awesome. Yeah. And it's so true. Some industry types have been so slow to adopt new technology, and field services has always just been one of those industry sets. So the amount of real difference you can make to a customer, large or small, it's pretty significant. So that's a really interesting holistic approach to all that. Well, let's talk about challenges for a second. Speaking of that, right? So we talked about 2020. I think at this point we like to joke about it, but it is what it is. It's not a laughing matter. It's a serious thing that we kind of live with and will continue to live with, right? Things hopefully are going to keep getting better. We'll get to a better place from a virus standpoint with a vaccine, but in the in between, we've got a rough couple of months ahead of us. The trends haven't been great, and we all have to do business with that. But that's not the only challenge that we all get to deal with. So, what do you see? And Tom, we'll start with you if you don't mind. What, over the next 12 to 24 months, what are some of the largest challenges you see that most softwares have to deal with?
Yeah, I think to fairly answer the question, we first have to talk about what the last 10 years and what's happened in the software with kind of SaaS becoming the standard selling mechanism for software companies. It's all about high margin and recurring revenue. Long gone are the days of a one-time sales event for most software companies. And due to the lucrative model, SaaS companies are plentiful. Some would even go to say that many verticals or industries have hit SaaS saturation or become polluted because there are so many companies that are vying for the same customers. So because of that fact, and in addition to that, the fact that we will most likely see slowed revenue, I think companies are going to be hard pressed to reevaluate or reinforce their value proposition over the next 12 to 24 months. Good times will end and challenges will come. That happens in a cyclical market. And I'm not going to say COVID is going to be the only driving factor, but I do think everybody would agree at some point, some industries will end up with probably some type of recession. It's either maybe arrived already or it's knocking on the front door. So SaaS companies really have to be thinking about their customers and their total addressable market. So when we think of current customers, we think about reinforcing the value proposition, right? Reminding your customers, why did they make a business purchase decision in the first place? Why should they be taking advantage of additional products, doing webinars, doing videos, social media posts, just keeping your product at top of mind for your customers. So that's the first piece. And then we have to reevaluate the value proposition for new prospects, right? How does your product differentiate itself from the competition? Does your product save money from how they do it today? Is your product superior and so you can charge more? And do you have a pitch around how to do that? I think those will be critical factors in the next 12 to 24 months. And the other thing I'll say is don't make these challenges, don't force yourself into a race to the bottom from a pricing perspective. You need to learn how to cut through the noise. You need to tell your customers and your prospects why you're better. You need to remind them of that. And then you need to allow your software to drive the value that you built it for, right? So you need to be doing this for both existing customers and new prospects. The other thing I'll add, I know you asked for one challenge, but another challenge I think we're going to face here that we wouldn't have probably been talking about a year ago if we were sitting in a room together is we need to figure out how to successfully manage remote teams. I think the honeymoon has wore off for a lot of our employees, and we can't allow productivity to fall, because when that happens, it's going to impact our customers, it's going to impact our company, and I think most importantly, it's going to impact our P&L sheet. So I think that's going to be another challenge for us here in the short term.
Man, there's so many good points in there. There's so many good points I just want to touch on for a second before we move on. So you said a couple of things that I want to make sure get reiterated for everyone listening. The first thing you said, one of the best points in the very beginning, which you said is there are so many SaaS companies. That's SaaS saturation. That's a great tag. I like that. Put that on a shirt. That is 100% true. We talk about it in the payment space a lot. When you look at certain industries like restaurant, right? Where you look at retail, everyone comes to the table with the newest and greatest thing, and the feature sets are always the same, right? You're not really reinventing the wheel at this point. What you have to do is differentiate yourself through the way you approach your service, for the way that you make it easier, right? You find those pain points and you really exploit that. Trying to just rely on the fact of features. I mean, no offense, there's like 50 of you, right? That just have features. You got to do more. And man, the other thing you said in there, just to touch on, communicating your customers all the time. Like if you're not always asking, I know I'm the marketing guy here telling you this, but I mean, if you're not always restating the value prop of who you are, what you believe in, why you chose us, if you're not always getting people to nod their heads at you, right, and recommit to you, you're just giving an opening for somebody else to come in and get them to nod their head. So that was great. And man, I think it's important. And Cassie, I mean, COVID fatigue is not, it's not the just, wearing a mask kind of thing. I mean, it's from an employee standpoint, even people who like to work at home still want to have a connection. Like I'm sure there's a small fractional amount of people that are misanthropic enough that never want to deal with the human race. Like I get those people exist, but the vast majority of us are kind of social creatures. And while we're all living in this, the ability to connect and collaborate and innovate, holy smokes, like that's a challenge in this. So Cassie, same question to you. Tom made some great points. I'm sure you see other things, especially in your space, and some spaces, to what Tom said, are going to have harder goes of it than others. I know that in field services, some of the spaces actually fared fairly well during COVID, whereas others didn't. But what do you see, hearing some of what Tom said, what are you seeing in your spaces as being some of the largest challenge?
Yeah, I think we had a little bit of a different experience throughout COVID. I mean, the business was certainly impacted, but I think in the industries that we served, obviously HVAC workers were considered essential workers. So we were able to continue doing business. We did see that homeowners were reluctant to let people in the home to come in and fix units, but I think ultimately with people working from home, your AC goes out in your family's home, it's time to get it fixed. So that did help keep things momentum going in the HVAC business. In Green Care, we saw, because workers were outside, they were essential workers in some states, not in all, but that actually did quite well without a lot of impact from COVID and continues to do well. So it's been interesting. From a business perspective, I couldn't agree more with Tom about working from home and working remote. I think one of the biggest challenges that SaaS businesses face, and I know certainly one that we face today, is how do we continue to motivate teams? So I think there's a company culture component of this that's really critical that we have to be thinking about. And we have to think about how do we continue to keep our employees engaged? How do we retain our employees? Part of our individual culture has been this high performing, high energy sales and CS environment that is just contagious when you walk in the door. And so even from a recruiting perspective, not being able to bring in people into an office with that kind of culture and vibe makes it more difficult to appeal to candidates that may be looking at a number of different competitors in the market for a sales job in a tech company. So I'd say, we've got to think about how we not only, I love Tom's point about differentiating. I think we've got to think about customer engagement and differentiation there. We also have to think about it from an employee perspective. And I think that's huge. I think another area that's going to be really, we're already seeing people having to adjust to is how do we take field sales teams and how do we take enterprise sales teams and help them understand how to sell remotely when they're very, very used to in-person sales. And it's a very different motion. I've done both and it requires a different skill set. And so it's how do we train and how do we help enable those teams to ultimately be as successful and more successful than they have been in the field until there's a time where we can return back to being in person. So to me, those are certainly top of mind: culture and then sales skill. How do we address both of those?
I mean, holistically, right? It's really hard to be that like Kool-Aid man breaking through the wall when you're just sitting so far away from each other. And you know what? And you can't express enough how much that energy is. I mean, for anybody who's listening right now, if you have your own internal sales team and you have that culture, those internal sales organizations, when you walk in the door, I mean, they're electric. Clearent has one. Later on today, you'll actually meet the incredible woman who runs it for us. It's powerful. I know Field Edge has it. Experienced that. It's super energy. And it's hard to duplicate that remotely. So you have to work really hard. But, on top of that, there's a lot of noise. I mean, there's a lot of noise everywhere. So Brian, let me pull you into this discussion. When we think about payments, right? Let's take it to payments for a second. When we think about everything that they just said, and people who are listening, thinking about payments in their business, there is so much growth in payments within ISV now. It's crazy, right? There's a lot of noise. Tom already said it. SaaS saturation, well, payment integration saturation, it's got to be there. So how do you navigate the noise when you're deciding on a payment strategy? So can you kind of give us a little bit of that for everyone listening?
Yeah, sure. Great question. So without a doubt, ISV partnering with SaaS-based companies is the hottest ticket in town for merchant acquirers nowadays. In fact, that sales channel within merchant acquirers has more than doubled over the past 7 years. So clearly there's a lot of velocity there. Now, I think it's really injected new life into merchant acquirers' growth potential. I think traditionally when you think about the sales channel, it was very much a feet on the street, a very expensive, non-integrated business model, right? Where you may have a rep who's in a local territory, they're knocking on doors, they're trying to save a merchant a few pennies here and there and win the deal based on either cost savings or perhaps a relationship. And what that led to was a really expensive, low margin, high churn business. And so that this revolution of SaaS companies has really allowed acquirers to build margin back into the business by creating value, right? Which ultimately they can capture through better pricing. So I think when we think about that, there's really a few things that go into what drives that value from the acquirer's perspective. First and foremost, partnering with an ISV gives the acquirer a really captive audience. So when you embed your payment acceptance technology within the business management software that the customer is already using every day, the friction that it takes to get them to the point where they're willing to adopt that is very low, right? As opposed to something that's a commodity and lives outside their software. When it's right in front of them, very simple to get the adoption to tick up there. I think beyond that, there's no doubt that the fact that there is this integration brings value, right? So we talk about trying to drive margin back into the business. I think it's best explained with an example. So if we think about perhaps a primary care physician's office who's using a non-integrated terminal today, they're collecting co-pays, and at the end of the day, they're manually reconciling those transactions into a patient ledger. And if there's any sort of post-adjudicated or post-care responsibility for the patient, they're having to mail expensive statements out. A lot of times those go unpaid, so they're writing off bad debt. Whereas if they were to use an integrated solution within the software that runs their practice, those payments post automatically back into a ledger, reducing errors. You're capturing credit cards on file. Therefore, your bad debt and your accounts receivable is going to be reduced. So you can see right there's a lot of efficiency and cost savings that's driven to the practice. And all of a sudden, the rates that they're being charged for processing aren't so important anymore, because when they look at their P&L at the end of the month, they've saved a lot of money through efficiency. So it's just a good example of how you drive margin back in the business. And obviously, Tom touched on attrition and churn. When a merchant is using an integrated solution, they're much less likely to attrit from the portfolio because they're so used to the value that's created there. So it's very unlikely that someone could knock on the door and say, hey, move back to this non-integrated terminal. It's cheaper. But they say, well, no thanks. This makes my life a lot easier. So, and in fact, the most common reason for attrition in our integrated portfolios is actually that the merchant has left the software itself. So very, very sticky product. So all those things combined make it really attractive, obviously, for the acquirer. But let's not forget that this whole business, this whole ISV market is built on partnerships, right? So that revenue opportunity is there for SaaS companies as well.
No, that's fantastic. And that's a really good high level. And you said something in there. It is built on partnerships. So, and that's what this is. When you go and do this with integrating in payments, you are essentially choosing a payment partnership. You're finding somebody that understands not only the expertise in the payment space, but understands how your business works, how software works, to make sure that it marries up. And within there are different lanes. I know we're going to talk more about it later in detail, Brian, in another panel, but can you kind of talk about the different types of partnerships there are for an ISV that they could do that exist today? Can you give it a little high level on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's certainly not a one size fits all in terms of how you can partner with a processor to start to monetize your payments volume. So if you think about a scale of how involved you want to be in this process, is probably the easiest way to think about it. And logically, if you're just getting started with this, you probably want to outsource most of it to your partner, right? Let them do what they're experts in. They are the payments player. They understand how to drive adoption. They know how to price correctly. They know how to support customers on an ongoing basis. And so we think about the term referral partnership. It's really very much you've built an integration. So you have a connection to the processor. You've got a valuable product. But beyond that, everything from the sales and the support perspective falls back on your payments partner. That's kind of the walk before you run type of model. Very common and can certainly be very lucrative for software companies that want to just focus on providing a valuable SaaS product. And if you think about sort of the opposite end of the spectrum would be something like an ISO or a PayFac, where you have decided that payments is important enough to you where you want to make it a core pillar of your revenue strategy. And therefore, you've brought inside your organization the headcount and the infrastructure to support that. Now we're talking about underwriting departments. We're talking about bearing risk on portfolios, sales teams, pricing teams, support teams. So it's very much investing in becoming really a payments player yourself. And of course, there's a lot of room in between there. And so I think it's important to note that you don't have to pick one or the other. There's plenty of processors out there, Clearent included, that are willing to work with you to kind of provide more of an a la carte experience. So we all know that a lot of these SaaS companies are different. Your customers are different, and the way that you communicate with them is different. So we want to be able to draft in behind how you want to go to market. So do you want to be the face of the payments sale to your customer? If so, then we can support that, right? We can coach you on how to price. We can make it happen through an onboarding API, for instance. Do you have perhaps more high value, high touch, white glove type of customers that you want to have a really tailored experience? Well, in that case, you can get a sales partner aligned to you that's going to know a lot about your software, is going to take a lot of time with a longer sale that's maybe more valuable. So I think the takeaway is that there are plenty of models, and it's up to you to decide how much do you want to get involved. And I would end with, it's important to also note that you're not married to one of these models. You can certainly move in between the lanes that Phil referred to. You start off as a referral partner. There's no reason to say that down the road, should you choose to invest more in payments, that you couldn't bring more of it in-house and take on more of the responsibility.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you. So yeah, I mean, I think that's important to understand is that just like your business went through growth modes, so will this. So referrals, kind of like a hybrid a la carte kind of thing, and then eventually into more of a payment facilitator, which is really that like self-pay model, if you think about it. So let's go back to our SaaS gurus over here. So Tom, can you talk a little bit about what Spot chose, what model you're in, and why, and how that's working for you?
Yeah, I can. That's great. So I think, we thought about the ICE model, and where we landed was on the referral model, and that just made no sense for us. We never got into the SaaS business to become payment experts. I don't want to deal with payment onboarding. I don't want to deal with the complexities of PCI compliancy and customer service. We got into this business to make the best software possible. We want that to remain our focus. In the referral model, it's very low touch for us. When a customer onboards onto our SaaS platform, is going to leverage our software, we refer them off to Clearent for payment onboarding. And since we have that integration with Clearent, that tight integration with Clearent as our payment processor, nearly all the customers choose to use Clearent, at least the new ones that were coming on. We'll talk in a little bit about a transition that we did make as a company from one partner to another. So we'll get to that here in a second. But and then what happens is we get a small referral back for the transactions we process. So you may be asking yourself, well, what's in it for the customer? It sounds like it's all about you. It sounds like it's building additional revenue. And what's in it for your customer? What your SaaS user really benefits because they do not have to work at managing multiple solutions, right? The operations and the payment use the same workflow instead of a disparate one. So it was a really good choice for us. It allows us to remain laser focused on what we want to focus on as a software company. And I would say the last thing is that we don't want to stand up for support, to support our payments. Clearent handles any questions, they handle any potential barriers, and frankly, they do a good job of it. So that's why when we looked at the different models, that's why we landed on the referral.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And I think it is I think it is for exactly what you said, right? Like there's a priority to focus on the software. And if that's where you want to go, I think that's fantastic. That's a great path. Cassie, Field Edge, a little bit different when you guys started. Now all of Field Services is actually going with a different model. Can you talk a little bit about how you guys set that up?
Yeah, absolutely. So we actually, oddly enough, we did start out in a referral model. So early on, we were, generating interest and kind of chucking it over the fence to let Clearent try to close it out and take everything from underwriting on. And I think that our perspective on our strategy changed. And so as a result of that, our model changed. So, we very much viewed payments as an afterthought very early on in the growth of the business, and really quickly realized that payments was a huge differentiator for us in the market. So Brian, you talked about retention and how, and I think I can't speak enough about that. I think this has been a huge driver for us in improving customer retention by completing the value story of our platform and our value prop to the end user. So, this is just more of the same story now of collecting payment and increasing cash flow for businesses, particularly in our market, which happens to be an SMB market. So that's been really huge. And as a result of that, we started to think about ways to improve our payment penetration rates. So just to give you a quick stat and some context, when we first started, we look at attach rates in two different ways. So we look at penetration rate into our customer bases in all three businesses, but we also look at our new logo attach. So of the new logos that we have sold, how many have we attached payments to? And our new payment, our new logo attach rate was actually ending at about 20%. And it took about 90 days to get to that 20% mark. And that was when we were starting out early on with that referral model. And as I said, as we started to kind of think about, hey, we could really leverage this to be a true differentiator as a part of our platform and to provide more value into to our customers, we decided that we wanted to take on more of the hybrid model that Brian talked about. So we actually ended up bringing in a resource that was an in-house payments expert. So we leveraged the Clearent team to help with training and onboarding of this individual. And essentially, we've embedded that person into the sales process. So our teams are trained to sell payments as a part of the overall package and solution to the customer. So they're looking at platform and payments as one overall package. And our in-house payment specialist, which we call an integration specialist, actually helps with completing the first part of the application. So they're engaging early on in the sales process. They are helping to get the customer over the line and committing to Clearent, beginning to fill out that application. And then we're working directly with the Clearent team to complete that application and then ultimately to continue passing it down the line for underwriting and onboarding and activation. So I will say that we've also had to take on, so just again, more of that hybrid model, because of the complexity of our platform, payments touches so many pieces of the platform that our customer success and support teams in-house have had to become familiar with the integration and different issues that may arise as a part of taking payment. So our team is knowledgeable to an extent, but with very close collaboration and open communication lines with the Clearent team to help resolve any issues that might be related to and outside of the platform, but related to the payments platform. So we work together in all areas really to not only get the customer in and using payments, but to continue to support them. And that works incredibly well for us. Just to give you the update on that stat I shared with you. So we went from, with this shift in this model, we went from that 20% new sale attach over a 90-day period. We ended last month at 60% payment attach on our new logos by end of month. So a drastic improvement, not only in the attach rate, but also in our time to attach payments. And so that has been tremendous for our business and ultimately for revenue growth and growth for payments as a whole in our business.
Yeah, so it's a huge story, and I love this story. And what I want to make sure everyone understands, so there's two storylines in this, and what Cassie just beautifully stated was field services, Field Edge especially, but there was really no payments at all. It was a virgin system. It never really integrated. There was a couple of people that had tried to do some one-off integration, but it just didn't exist. And now it was bringing in an entire portfolio. So for all of you listening, you've worked really hard to get these customers. Now you're enhancing your platform, but you're bringing in, so you got to do almost like a conversion of reselling of your platform of those new customers, and then build an entire sales motion to bring it on and start making it a part of the comment. So that's just one way it happens, and everybody starts there, right? You make the decision, do it. You all start at point A. Tom, your business is on the other side. So there are people listening that are in your boat, which is going, now hold on. We already had a payments provider. We already had a portion of our portfolio. We've already been doing this, but for some reason it just hasn't worked, or it hasn't worked the way we hoped it to, or maybe in something you'll learn in a panel down the road, you thought your revenue share should be this, but really it ended up being that. Then the residual never made sense, and something didn't make sense, or whatever the reason is, the technology didn't keep pace. can you tell us a little bit about your experience and the, maybe there's somebody listening right now that's like, oh, converting an entire portfolio, that sounds awful. How did that experience work for you? Tell us a little bit about your story with that, please.
Yeah, so our previous partner that we had, we really sold their payment processing on very shiny things, on things like payment methods that folks didn't use all that much, and other details around that sounded really good but lacked functional value. And as a company, we needed to shore up some of the technical gaps, and Clearent really allowed us to do that when we adopted an integration with their API. So our previous processor, our software would reach out to the terminal. The terminal would use a serial port to go out to the gateway. It would come back, and it was all tied together, but it took sometimes up to 10 seconds to push a transaction through. When we moved to Clearent, we integrated our software with Clearent's payment API. And that was a huge step for us as a company. And it was a huge step for our customers, because then we could go out and promise things that actually functionally made their company better. We could promise super fast transactions. We could promise things like wireless terminals. And also the other thing I would say is that helped as we converted this over from a previous processor was Clearent provided us more competitive pricing. And we didn't lead with pricing. I want to make that clear. We didn't lead on that, but that certainly helped us seal the deal as we move this portfolio across. But I think the key there was we provided functional value instead of shiny object value, and that was really important for our customers. And I think it made the transition much smoother than we had anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. And I think, Brian, what it calls to in both of these is, for anyone listening right now, there's a go-to-market strategy, just like you all have when you're coming up with a new feature set, or you're coming up with coming out with your product for the first time. There's different ways to go about this, and I think it all ties back to the importance of the partnership. So, I mean, can you talk a little bit about, in your experience, some of the things that you've seen as you're working with partners?
Yeah, for sure. I think that I can't overstate how important it is for the ISV to make sure that they really align the model that they choose to go about payments with what makes sense for their business. I think that the biggest mistake that we see is that, okay, you're here, you're at the summit, you've made a decision that you want to monetize payments. And so obviously, naturally, as a revenue-based organization, you want to make as much money as you can. So your tendency is, okay, well, let me jump all the way in and let me become a PayFac or an ISO. I can do all this. It can't be that hard, right? Well, I think in my experience, it is fairly hard. I think you can make a mistake of biting off more than you can chew, perhaps upfront. So I think it's very important that you evaluate exactly what makes sense. How much do you really want to put into this? Tom gave a great example. That Spot decided, hey, you know what? This is a piece of our pie here. It's going to make us some money, but it's not to the point where we want to build out an organization to support it. That's a perfectly valid conclusion to get to, and as you mentioned, they're monetizing it. And so I think that sort of tempering expectations in terms of some of the numbers you're going to get thrown out when you get pitched by various processors. I would encourage anyone watching today to stick around for a couple later panels we've got. We'll go deeper into the different models, debunk a few myths about this payment facilitator trend that we're seeing, and more importantly, really dissect what are residual, or the money that you make on your payments portfolio. And it's very easy to get caught up in a percentage of the pie that you think you're getting. But as you'll see in that panel, we actually go into a detailed example where someone has a much higher percentage. They've taken on more of the responsibility themselves, but they actually end up making fractions of what a solid referral partner who has really tight alignment with their processing partner in terms of marketing, messaging, pricing strategies. So again, I think to sum it up, it's really important to make sure that you think about your customers, what's important to them, what's important to you, and then kind of backing your way into what model makes sense and what partner makes sense.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, it's so true. There's a way to everything, right? There's always a path, and you got to know how to get there. But I want to be fair. Like, I don't want all the roses and moonbeams. Like, Nothing is perfect. I mean, anybody who's ever built a software will tell you everything's great eventually. It takes a while, right? So I guess, Cassie, Tom, I guess one of the things that I'd like to ask is everyone faces challenges. Nothing is always perfect. So let's not promise just buckets of money and everything's perfect. Like that's not reality. So it's Cassie, what are some challenges that you faced? And how did you leverage your payments partner to work through them? Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think I talked about open lines of communication. I think, and obviously in a hybrid model, there's a lot of crossover. And a lot of that collaboration that has to happen. So I think for us, it was establishing that sort of customer journey. So what do we touch? What does Clearent touch, and how do we work together? And who do we direct what to? And so I think that was our biggest. It wasn't necessarily a challenge so much as a big and important step in our process of becoming more efficient at driving payments. And so I think we took a lot of time and care to define that, and I think that's very important and a good strategy. And so I would say that honestly was the thing that probably took us the most time, but once done, paid off greatly once it was fully fleshed out with the Clearent team.
Yeah, that's fantastic, and it is complex. The more complex that it is, more talking you will do. Open communication. Who'd have thunk it? What about you, Tom? What about over in Spot? What were some of the challenges you guys faced?
Yeah, most of the challenges we faced really was around the technology, right? Whenever you're dealing with APIs and wiring up to companies, there's going to be always learning moments, right? And so I would say make sure you understand when you get into this, there is a bit of an engineering load that you're going to need to deal with. Besides the technical challenges, we didn't have a ton of other challenges as we moved into an integrated payment solution. Obviously, things come up and you react accordingly, like everybody does. I think one of the keys, though, to coming any challenge as you take on this approach is to keep an open line of dialogue. You said it, Phil. I mean, an open line of dialogue with your payment processing partner. At the end of the day, the partner wants to be as successful at this endeavor as you are. And as a matter of fact, I would say they even maybe want to be more successful. So it is a situation where there's stark advantages for both the processor as well as the SaaS company. So make sure you have a single point of contact with the payment processor, especially when you kick off the relationship, since that will expedite any issues or any barriers that may arise. And whether those issues revolve around rates or API integrations, make sure you have a contact in the specific department at the processor, or at least one single contact that can point you in the right direction. I think that was really the key to us overcoming any of the challenges, was having that open dialogue with Clearent.
Yeah, I love that, and that is definitely something that we do at Clearent, and I'm sure others do as well. And if they don't, you should ask for it. Part of that boarding process, there's a lot of technical work, and some people who have never done this before, it needs a little hand holding. It needs some assistance, and we have an amazing integrations team that does that. But in addition, you got that quarterback, right? Like that person that you gotta go to that helps you navigate. It's really important that, you have your own organization. We have an organization. The last thing you want to do is try to go get an associate's or bachelor's degree in the other company's organization and who to call and how to call them. So you need that quarterback, that person that's your go-between, your lifeline, to make sure it's as smooth as possible. So I think that's really good. And if that's not an expectation set, and one that I think you should come to the table and just meet, I think that should be a red flag as to a partner. It's hard to have a partner if you have 80 people you have to talk to. Just one would be good in the beginning, at least, right? I agree with that. And then over time, allow it to grow. There's so much information here that's just excellent, that I think a lot of people can chew on. And I'm sure there's questions, and we'll talk about that in a second. But I guess the last question I would have, just to kind of bring it to a close, would be, as senior leaders, I mean, you do this every day. trying to do the best for your customers, grow your own market share in your respective areas, dealing with the situations, dealing with conditions. And then in addition, having partners to accentuate the value of your business are things that are just on your plate, just like many of the people watching. So, what parting words would you give from a payments perspective? Because they are here to think about payments. So as a parting wisdoms that you would give moving away today, what would it be to those trying to make that decision, trying to figure out, what's best for them? What would you say? So Tom, let's start with you.
Yeah, you need to look as SaaS companies. We always are looking at ways to differentiate our company, and I think sometimes when we think about payments integration, we don't think of it as a very innovative step. But what I would say is, if don't look past the payments integration if you haven't done so already. Like I said, although it may not feel like the most innovative step for your company, the value and the revenue it generates certainly surpassed our expectations. And so it really was a benefit to our customer. I think a lot of times we think of a payment integration is going to be something that drives revenue to our bottom line as the SaaS company. But you have to come into this thinking, how is it going to benefit our users as well? And I think that was what exceeded our expectation, is that tight integration allowed us to just provide more value and to differentiate our company from others in our space.
Awesome. Cassie, what parting words would you give everybody?
Yeah, I think first I'd say payments is here to stay, right? I think we all agree on that, which is why we're here and why we're having this conversation. I think for us, this became table stakes. Payments is a requirement for us at this point. And so I think for us, and what I would share with the group is find the partner that works best. I think what I love about the Clearent approach, and what Brian, you were alluding to and sharing earlier, is there's even with the three different ways to partner, there are nuances within those sort of swim lanes. And so what I have enjoyed about the partnership with Clearent is the ability to be flexible in that. And even in the example that you gave around changing, and which we did midway through the process. And so I think my advice would be align internally on what you want that customer journey to be for your customers as a part of providing payments to them, and then find a partner that can align tightly with that journey with you and make that happen as efficiently as possible. And so I certainly think that Clearent is the partner to do that, just from personal experience. But I do think that it's important to define that internally first, and then create alignment within the partnership.
That's awesome. Thank you for that. Brian, I mean, we're gonna talk a lot more to everybody. I know we got a PayFact panel coming up here shortly, and then some others as well. Anything that just before, as they're exiting this panel and thinking about the rest of the day, anything that you want to leave them to keep their ears open for, make sure they attend, anything for our attendees?
Yeah, absolutely. I think adopting a payments program, building one out, or making a change to an existing one is obviously a big decision. We understand that there's a big cost to it from a development perspective, from an opportunity cost perspective. You have to build out your sales pitch. So we get it. There's a lot to take in there. I think it's important to do as much research as you can to make sure that not only what I mentioned earlier with the partner model, to make sure that you're in the right spot there, but also with the payments partner that you choose. Ultimately, at the end of the day, when you create this integrated solution, it becomes part of your brand, right? So when someone has an issue with it, they like it or they don't, it's within your software, your UI. And so it really becomes either an asset or an issue for you as a SaaS provider. So I think making sure that you're working with a company that obviously can support you financially, technologically, but really making sure that there's a fit there, just from a relationship perspective. Tom and Cassie both mentioned this open line of communication, having good dialogue back and forth, because there will be issues. There's no doubt. It's a complex business. You're putting two companies together technologically. Issues will abound at some point. And so I think finding a partner that's a good fit, has a similar mission and values to you, will go a really long way in ultimately providing a good customer experience.
Excellent. And that's right. I mean, what's the old adage, right? It's not that there won't be problems. It's how fast and how well do you solve them, right? And that's the key. That's the key of softwares. I hate to break it to you, right? Like the whole existence that software became a thing is because we're a whole bunch of innovators solving problems. And, sometimes we do a really good job, and sometimes we're also really good at creating new ones. So, working together, partnering together, solving together, key stuff. Guys, this is a fantastic conversation. I hope everyone watching got some good nuggets out of that. If they're coming through this for the first time, or maybe thinking about doing it again, you heard something to take from this. I'm sure that some of you have questions. So let me just give everyone a little highway of knowledge for what's next. These amazing panelists have decided and been so kind as to make themselves available. Unlike other conferences, you now have the ability to come in and virtually start asking questions from these panelists. The link will be there for you to see. So please jump in and ask questions. They are, like I said, they're doing this every day. They understand your struggles. Get in there, ask those questions. They will be available. We will have a break. You'll see that. Listen in. There'll be interviews, countdown clocks, some great stuff in the in-between, but we will be coming back with our next panel, and we will be excited to start the next topic. But to close this one out, I'd like to say a huge thank you to Mr. Tom Beidle, Ms. Cassie Fields, and Mr. Brian Abernathy. Thank you all so much for everything, for being here, for talking, for sharing knowledge. We are incredibly grateful for your time. So thank you very much, everyone, for taking that time.
Thanks, Phil.
Thank you. And for everybody else, ask those questions, and we will be back real soon. So thanks, everybody. Talk in a bit. Bye.
We have our own software companies, and we provide payment services to them. And so we are working all the time on ways to make that payments integration easier, faster, better, and make sure that it works well. Because we have to serve the other side of our company just like we serve our partners. So I really like I like the crossroads of payments and software.
Having control of our own technology means that we're able to press into areas of opportunity very, very quickly. And so we haven't wanted to stay focused on just one aspect of the payment flow, but starting from the back end and moving out toward authorizations and payment acceptance, expanding opportunities for customers to do self-service, to integrate in the API economy, to make all kinds of data available for analysis and action. As those features and functions and capabilities have expanded, it's given us more control as we run our business. And that vision of leveraging technology to punch above our weight class, to be competitive with companies far larger than we ourselves are, I think has remained consistent throughout.
Hey everybody, and welcome to the Clearent ISV Summit Radio Network. I'm your host, Phil Rickey, VP of Marketing, and a little bit of a Clearent Connects Minute that we'll be doing throughout the entirety of the summit. And we're going to go down to the floor right now, and we're going to try to get in contact with our VP of Strategic Partnerships. His name is Mark Pacifione. Mark, are you there, good sir?
I am, Phil. Nice
How
to see
is
you.
everything going down there on the floor today?
Excellent. Everyone is buzzing about the keynote. It was a great job by Tom Blythel and Cassie Fields.
It really
Brian
was.
Abernathy.
Yeah.
It was excellent.
Yeah, it was a great conversation. Really good information, and I think a good way to start everything. Really putting in the perspective of of what ISVs are actually going through, and what it takes to really do a solid payment integration. So before we get into it, though, and I have a lot of things I'd like to ask you personally. Can you do me a favor and just tell everybody, who you are and what you do here, and just give us a little bit about your background?
Sure. My name is Mark Pacifione. I'm the VP of Partners here at Clearent, and basically means I manage the channel that goes out and finds partners, those that are either integrated partners or typical traditional ISO partners that have feet on the street type of sales forces. And we go out and try to create different avenues to market with each of those partner types. Historically, I've been in the payment space now about 20 years. Before that, I was in the software business, but my path has taken me everywhere from development of software for the payment industry, middleware back in the 90s and the early 2000s, to being part of Card Connect, which eventually sold to First Data, and then ultimately coming here to Clearent and be part of the magic here. So
awesome. Yeah, and one of the things that I really appreciate, and you're going to be on some panels later today as well, is you really do have an interesting perspective on this, because not only have you worked with so many software vendors and so many software partners, but you've also built your own. You know what it really takes to make this happen and what makes success. And I think that's a really unique perspective. So you've been with Clearent now a couple of years, right? What, from your perspective, makes Clearent different as you see it?
Well, I think the obvious answer to that question is the fact that we're in both businesses. The fact that we own software companies and we are in the payment space gives us a pretty unique perspective on how the industry works in terms of integrated partners. I think the other thing that's kind of unique about Clearent is the fact that we are a processor. We have our own back-end systems that get into the banking element of the business,
right.
But yet we're not as large as some of the mega mergers that have happened over the course of the last few years. And it makes us kind of an interesting candidate to still be able to do things like modify code if needed, make some changes to systems without, having to worry about, millions and millions of customers.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic, and it is a unique proposition. It's one of the things that I think attracted me here as well, is that unique approach to the marketplace. Well, speaking of unique, this event is pretty unique of itself. This year we talk a lot about it. I know we talk too much about it. 2020, not the year that I think a lot of people were expecting, but it is the year that we got, and a lot of companies have tried to stay in touch with people. So why did you want to put on this event to try to reach out to partners? Talk a little bit about your philosophy behind today.
Sure. I think really for us, what we were hoping to do is kind of stay current in people's minds, but more importantly was to try to get a sense of togetherness that is lacking. The majority of the people in the payment space have made their living and their careers in terms of go-to-market by going to trade shows, both industry trade shows and event trade shows that have been really the success of both integrated payments and ISO development for probably the last 20 years. And obviously with the pandemic, that's been something that's, off the table at this point. So to kind of create that culture, if you will, or that sense of belonging, we thought this would be a great opportunity to kind of take the role of conference owner and go out there and put some decent material out there. I know that we really tried hard to stay away from making this kind of a Clearent sales pitch and really find topics that resonated with people, and it could really be a learning event for the people who attended, and more importantly, not make it feel like a sales. We have people on the floor here today that are competitors, that are just ISOs that want to learn more about the ISV business. We have ISVs who are interested in learning more about how can I position myself to be purchased or bought or whatever the exit strategy is. So it's a unique group of people. The other thing it was interesting to us is that the events of 2020 have caused us to look at the business a lot of different ways. And one of the things that we had fortunate was a very experienced sales force, but I've come from places where my sales force was less experienced, and so I didn't have the ability to rely on a bunch of senior leaders who had large Rolodexes. And so we thought that we needed to at least for the people that are in that position, give them an opportunity to kind of develop a way of meeting people and creating a networking event, even in times when you can't do those networking events in person.
Yeah. Well, and it's true. I mean, I think a couple of things surprised me. Number one, I agree with you. I mean, we are all so accustomed to the trade shows, right? Like, I mean, I can't tell you how many people I've met over my nearly 2 decades now doing this, where you've just met people at shows, you've built relationships with people, you've watched them, we've watched each other, I shouldn't say them, all of us go from different companies and different experiences, and you just build, it's a camaraderie. It's a very large, for everyone who's coming into this solely from software, it's a very, payments is a very large industry, but also a very small industry. It's a big family, and a lot of people know each other, know names, and that's pretty exciting stuff. So yeah, that was one. But to your point, Mark, that was the thing that really shocked me when we opened up the doors to this. So many different types of people really wanted to come in and learn. It wasn't just software partners, although there was a lot of them. There are competitors on the floor, and unlike other places, which I think is a testament to you, a lot of other places will try to bar out competitors from coming in. You are actually for competitors coming in and being able to share that. Can you talk a little bit about that and that philosophy?
Sure. I think that it's important that, as a payment community, because it is so small, like we always talk about, like, as you said, it's a big industry, but it really is a small group of people that have been around it for long periods of time. I think people find their way to the payments industry, they stay in it. And I thought it was important that we kind of develop content that would resonate for everyone so that everyone could participate in the event. It was less about really trying to sell new accounts and really more about how do we create a buzz and keep the network going and keep that culture alive, because that's really what helps all of us, right? When the entire industry thrives, it works out well for everyone. That's just the reality of it. People move around in this business all the time, and again, that's the other reality. So I thought it was important that really we stick to content that would bring a wide audience in, but more importantly, we wanted to share with everyone. We wanted this to be more of a payment industry event rather than a Clearent event. Yeah,
no, I love that, and I think it's working from those who are in attendance, and we hope you all enjoy that. Let's talk about, if we could for a minute, about the next 12 months, right? This event was built to help people get situated for 2021, right? 2020, not what anyone expected. Some industries fared incredibly well, did well regardless. Some not so much. I mean, that was just the nature of how the pandemic hit and what space you were in. So, what do you see in not only just in payments, but in all of it, from what you're talking, what you're out there, what do you see over the next 12 months or so that people should know about and be aware of?
Well, I think that we can be proud of the fact that as an industry, we've adopted in many different ways, or adapted in many different ways to changed our approach to certain things. As an example, pay by text became extremely popular during this period.
Sure.
All of a sudden we're enabling more ways to pay and ways to pay that are maybe touchless, right, or contactless, or however you want to think about that. The other things I think that have really changed is, again, these types of things. How do you network, right? We've all come to figure out that really this industry is about how to network with people. And, and many industries are like that now, right? The new sales is networking, because none of us pick up our phones to answer an 800 phone call. Those types of approaches are just outdated. And really, it's about content. We see this in, the growth of the industries that survived. You think of somebody like Netflix who's flourished in this. Well, why? Because they have a lot of content. Why does anybody get attracted to a site or a music site? It's because the content is rich. And so the idea here is really to develop content. And I think that's something that everyone has to start looking at. If you want to engage people, you got to give them something that's going to want them to engage with you, right? And I think that's the biggest takeaway that we can take out of 2020 going forward. Maybe trade shows aren't the way to do it, or maybe trade shows can rematerialize as something like this, a virtual conference where at least you can provide good data. Think TED Talk on YouTube, that type of thing.
Yeah. And I think that's right. I mean, I think adaptability is definitely a word. If everyone remembers Pee Wee Herman's Playhouse back from the 80s, there's that wonderful word. And I think adaptability is it. Everyone had to be a little bit more flexible to make it work. Well, listen, Mark, tell us a little something about you. What do you enjoy when you're not deep into payments? What's something Mark Pacifione likes?
Well, I'm fortunate. I live in Northern California, so I live in a place where I literally can go to the beach and the mountains in the same day. And the mountain is, the mountains are Lake Tahoe, so it's
Nice.
it's not a bad place to live. And so I like to spend my time doing both those things, going in both directions.
Nice.
I like to be outside, and we have the climate. And not just the climate, we have some beauty when it's not on fire. It's a really beautiful place to be. And so, I look forward to doing that. And one of the things that you're still able to do is get outside, right? And so that's just a really good thing when, you have the beautiful nature around us. So that's where you'll find me. You'll either find me in Lake Tahoe or down at the beach. So.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's a good place to be. I'd like to go from the mountains to the beach in a day. That'd be an experience. Mark, so many wonderful, smart people. You already heard from Tom and Cassie today. If anybody that's left, or even if it's Tom or Cassie, who's the one person you would recommend that everybody really gets to know, listen to, ask questions of today? Who would you tell them to go to?
I think that the session where we're talking about nailing the exit strategy would be an excellent one. I think both those gentlemen, in particular Scott Morris, has a huge amount of experience, and Noah, same thing. They can really give you a different perspective from more of the banker side of the business in terms of what they're looking for in companies that are looking for exit strategies, what they're looking for in companies when they go buy them in terms of how have they developed a payment strategy or haven't they developed a payment strategy? Because I think what you'll find out is they like both, right? They'll look at either company. You don't have to have a payment strategy already, but if you do, I think they look at it a little different. I think that would be a super interesting one to go catch, and the people that are doing it are extremely skilled. So.
Yeah, Noah and also funny too. I'll throw that one out as well. Awesome stuff, man. Listen, I just want to take a second. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. I'm excited about this. I think it's been really interesting and fun putting this all together. I think we've got a great show for everybody. I hope you already enjoyed the keynote panel, but a lot more to look forward to. So yeah, really good stuff. Mark, thanks for taking a few minutes. I know you got a ton of questions coming in for yourself already, so appreciate you taking the time, good sir.
Thank you, Phil. Nice talking to you. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. All right, everybody. So we'll be doing some of these spotlight interviews in the in-between of the panels. Please make sure you join, listen to some of our panelists so that you're with us the entire time. The next panel will be beginning soon, so we hope you enjoy that, and we wish you a really awesome day here at the Clearent ISV Summit. Thanks again. Talk very soon, everybody. Bye.
Thanks again for joining us at the Clearent ISV Virtual Summit.
We're just about to kick off our first panel of the day, called What No One Tells You About Rev Share versus Residuals. In it, you'll hear from a panel of payment experts as they discuss the differences between rev share and residuals, as they take a detailed look at which program that can help you keep the most of your hard-earned profits. You'll discover what the program would work best for your business, your requirements, and its goals. You'll learn about the various pricing and other promotional strategies that drive customer adoption.
As a reminder, panel discussion is pre-recorded and will feature live Q&A at the conclusion of the session. So if you have a pen and paper, grab it and jot down your notes and your questions for the panelists. So with that, let's get started.
Hey everybody, and welcome to the next panel in our Clearent ISV Summit. Thank you so much for that warm introduction. And for those who don't know, my name is Phil Rickey. I'm the VP of Marketing. I will be the moderator for this wonderful panel, which is all about what nobody tells you about rev share versus residuals and all those fun little blips and blurps and vocabularies that are all part of the payment space. And with us is a fantastic group of payment professionals that are going to walk you through all this really well. I'm excited about this panel because we're really going to do some education on this. I hope that you all get a chance to really pay attention and listen and ask lots of questions when it's over, because I think this is very important to how you do your money. So let's talk and introduce these wonderful panelists. Let's start off with our Director of Business Development with Clearent to tell you all sorts of wonderful things. There's Mr. Brian Abernathy. Welcome, Brian.
Hey, Phil. Happy to be here. How you doing?
Another day in paradise, my friend. All the way down in beautiful Delray Beach, Florida. I know there's a little jealousy every time I say it out loud. Our wonderful Vice President of Sales, Miss Chelsea Trout. Hello, Chelsea.
Hello, Phil. Excited to be here.
Excellent. And then last, our senior resident of all things ISV, tons of background in this, has helped businesses throughout his entire career really grow and understand how to maximize earnings. Our Vice President of Strategic Partnerships, say that 3 times fast, Mr. Mark Pacifione. Welcome, sir.
Hi, Phil. Nice to see you again, as always.
All right, indeed. All right, so I gave everybody a little bit of a high level. Really what we're here to do is to get into the meat of, revenue, rev sharing, residuals. What does it all mean? How does it all work? How to maximize all of the above. So let's actually break into that a little bit. Brian, why don't you do us a favor and help us to really establish the definitions of all these words that are floating around out there, please.
Sure. Yeah, I think a great place to start is to discuss the definitions of some of the inputs that we're going to talk about in depth today. We can start with the namesake of the panel, revenue share. So when we think about a revenue share, it really simply is a percentage of a splittable revenue pool that you're going to keep as an ISV. So think of it as simply a number that splits, that dictates your residual, the other R word of the day. Residual is actually the amount of money that's going to be deposited in your bank account as a partner. So again, think of rev share as one of the inputs that dictates your residual, which I would venture to guess is what most people actually care about. A few other inputs that go into the residual would be adoption rate. And so what percentage of your user base can you get into your payments portfolio and of course start to monetize? Obviously attrition is kind of the other side of that coin. So how can you, once you get them into that bucket, how good are you at keeping them in the bucket for as long as you can? Margin, of course, fairly intuitive, but in this case, margin is the delta between the interchange or pass-through costs that your merchants are paying and the pricing that you agree to ultimately provide them with merchant services, right? So there's a little bit of a delta there that provides the margin. Another one that we're interested in is called buy rates. So I'll think of a buy rate as what your processing partner is charging you to allow you to use their platform. So it's kind of a piece of that pie that they're going to take for themselves before that revenue share split takes place. So just a couple definitions there as we dive into a little bit, unpack a little bit more what this all means.
Fantastic. And that's great. So we all can kind of level set on what we're saying, but well, from a high level explanation, right? Because I know we're going to get into some of the details and things like that. How should an ISV think about what goes into the residual?
Yeah, great question. I think this is where we'll spend the bulk of our time today. So if we were to start at the end, assuming that what you're driving towards here by attending this great virtual summit is that you want to monetize payments, right? You want to make money off of the payments that flow through your software. So you're concerned about your residual. And so there's a number of things that drive into that. And I think the biggest observation that I can make here is that obviously we're talking to ISVs day in and day out. And the number one thing that they're concerned with when it comes to the financial side of the equation is revenue share, right? So these two R words that seem to be, they're used interchangeably, although they're very, very different. And so I think revenue share is a piece of it, but there's a lot more that goes into it. So I think ultimately what you're trying to do is build as big of a margin pool as you can to split with your payments partner. And so I think the first thing that goes into that, obviously, is we talked about adoption rates. So you have a specific amount of customers, an addressable market that use your software. What percentage of those can you get into the bucket to get that pool as big as possible, right? Mm-hmm. And we talk about margin capture. You as an ISV have invested money, development resources, opportunity costs to build this integrated product that makes your customers more efficient, right? So are you doing a good job capturing the margin for the value that you've created by building the solution itself? Of course, we talked about attrition, right? So is the product that you built good enough to keep people using it? As your partner's customer service at a level where it's not going to reach some point where they're going to walk away because they're frustrated? Is there reporting and predictive analytics that can help you understand when maybe someone's at a high risk of attriting from the portfolio? So ultimately, those three things sort of create that splittable margin pool that we talk about that's going to be the biggest input into what you ultimately take home. Then, of course, we talk about the buy rates, which are negotiated between you and your partner. Then, after all of that, comes the other R word, the revenue share percentage, right? So we'll go through an example a little bit later on that shows two ISVs that are very similar in their opportunity or addressable market, one of which appears to have a better deal than the other on rev share. And we'll walk through how that actually may not be the most obvious outcome in terms of their residuals.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. And there is a lot of times in this industry, there's a big misconception to what a true revenue share is, right? When you actually take into those things. Well, let's dive into this a little bit though. Let's start with adoption rates. All of the money in the world doesn't really get to much if you can't get people to come into the program. Chelsea, one of the things you specialize in is helping take a program with an ISV and to bring it to their portfolio, bring it to their customers, and help really improve those adoption rates. Can you talk a little bit about what you do and how that all works?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Phil. So when we think about payment adoption in the software base, there are going to be three major areas of focus. So one, the go-to-market strategy. So how are we interacting with your customer base to inform them about the payment integration? And typically that's a three-pronged approach. So inbound, what marketing are we pushing out, or your payment partner is pushing out to release the payment integration into the population of your customers? To outbound. So as we all know, with any sort of inbound campaign, typically you're going to get some early adopters, but the base as a whole won't be penetrated as you would like it to be. And so outbound is a way to keep the conversation going by leveraging a team that can communicate outbound with your customer base. And then number three is net new. So I would say the hottest place to introduce payments is when your potential customer is in buying mode. And so they're looking at the software, they're making a buying decision about whether or not your software fits their business. The payment piece during that net new sale of your software can become a selling point. So it can become additional value in that conversation and help with your sales on the software side by introducing a solution that they may not be getting currently. So the second piece of this is the value prop. So we talk about the go-to-market, but in order to be successful in the go-to-market, we have to understand the value prop. So what makes your customers tick? What are those items that they've been struggling with that we are solving for, or your payment partner is solving for? I think when we think about the software holistically, you'd like to create a payment integration that is addressing every potential point that a payment would be accepted. And so that there's not gaps in that flow for their day-to-day. So when you're adding that integration in, the value prop becomes you continue to operate as is, but all of these places where you typically accept payments outside of the software, you'll be able to accept them and reconcile them within the software. And there's a variety of things that play into the value proposition. Some integrated software partners need tokenization so that we can make sure that cards on file are being stored securely and available to the customer. There's things like EMV that currently may not be available. So it can depend on the ISV what that value prop is, but that's going to be an extremely important piece prior to going to market, that we understand how that impacts the customer.
And you guys do something very interesting though, Chelsea, if you mind me asking, is you actually learn the softwares, and your sales teams learn the softwares as well, correct?
That's right. So the third piece is that payment sales rep who understands not just the value prop of payments, but understands the software as a whole and how our piece actually plays into that. And so typically a good partner is going to make sure that their sales team has a working knowledge of the software, can speak intelligently to that software, and then position payments as that value prop and part of that software. A lot of times you'll see a software company make payments an add-on feature, so almost like a third-party product. And then it becomes more of a competitive scenario. So I have my software, what is payments going to cost me? So you have a divide there. But when you have sales reps who actually understand holistically the plan and the strategy, the software and the integration, you're going to have I would say, a more seamless conversation with that customer, and it's going to become more natural for that customer to choose both options. So.
Yeah, so instead of it being like a module add-on, it just becomes a part of the seamless, frictionless process, right? It's yeah, absolutely. I love that. That's a winning approach, and then I think it makes the conversation easier for not only the partner, but the partner to their base and to their new customer. Just its value adds across the board. So, I mean, adoption is key. Once you start getting them adopted, then we talked a little bit about capturing margin, right? Where you make the money. So by using this kind of approach, that must help with that, correct? So can you talk a little bit more about that, Chelsea? How does margin capture work in this scenario?
Absolutely. So I think that the first thing I'll say is value first. So pricing is secondary, value is first. If we are thinking about why integrate payments into your software, it's because you're solving a problem. Well, not everybody does, but 99.9% of customers will have to accept payments one way or another. And so when we think about value first, pricing secondary, it doesn't mean that your customer will be charged more to process payments within the software. It means that we can retain the margin currently available in the account. So whatever they're currently paying today with their existing provider, and we can offer that same price, but add so much more value than they're getting in a non-integrated scenario. When you think about integrated payments within the software versus non-integrated, and when I say non-integrated, I'm referencing, your typical standalone terminal, in a convenience store, in a restaurant, whatever that looks like. the primary sales tactic has always been the race to zero in a non-integrated scenario. You know, you're trying to compete with the other guy who has the exact same terminal, right? Exact same solution. And where the software vendor has this extreme advantage, right? And so pricing becomes less important as long as they're not going to pay more for a service they know they need, then we can retain that margin. And we offer, you know, meter beat programs, meaning if there, you know, is some sort of blatant overcharge, it might be reduced slightly, you know, as your payment partner looking out for your customer base. But for the most part, that entire margin can be preserved. There is one other component of this, which is pricing types. So when you think about pricing types, there are three main categories of pricing. So interchange, cost plus, which means the wholesale cost on the card plus a markup from the processor. A tiered program, so you have three set prices dependent on card type, and I won't go into the weeds with pricing. And then flat rate. So flat rate is becoming more and more popular. It's, you know, it's out in the market. It's becoming more acceptable. There are a lot of verticals that benefit from offering a flat rate program because it's something that's comfortable in that space. So field services is a great example. Any sort of billing company, any sort of company where there's going to be an invoice involved. And so it can span a lot of different verticals depending on how your customers are accepting payments. But the flat rate option is typically always going to offer a higher margin on the deal for the partner. And so where applicable, that is a good strategy to implement. And it doesn't mean the only strategy. Typically, you're going to offer two programs, but if you position it correctly, the flat rate type of program structure could be adopted by 50, 60% of your base, which is definitely going to increase your margins on an account. So.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And you said something in there that is so dead on, right? It's this, when it's a non-integrated solution, it's a race to the bottom. The value that's there is just be cheaper than the next person, right? And that hurts a lot of times, right? So you keep making the margins thinner and thinner. When you have an integrated solution, you take this commodity, right, which is really what payment processing is when that's all it is, right? And it turns it into a value proposition of making your business better, easier, streamlining process, cleaning up, any kind of errors. It really does create an entire solution, which, as we all know, and for everyone who's watching, that's what you all do, is you create solutions. And when you create a good solution, there's more money to be had. So margin, super important. We understand adoption. There's another A in there, though, that is the more deadly A. And everyone who is watching knows that this is the deadly A, and that's attrition, because it takes a whole lot of work to bring a customer on, and to have them leave for whatever reason is really painful. Mark, as someone who's owned software, built this all up, you know a lot about attrition and the pitfalls of that. Can you talk a little bit about attrition and really how it plays havoc and the pitfalls in that as well?
Sure. I think you did a really good job of summarizing, an overview of attrition. But if you think about it in simple terms, right, really you're just measuring loss of customers, right? So you'll hear it talked about in a lot of different ways. You'll hear people use attrition as a measurement. You'll hear people talk in terms of churn. But the basic issue is that it takes such an extraordinary effort, both in terms of time and dollars, to capture a new customer. To lose them can be not only financially harming, but it also ends up being demoralizing to your staff, right? Which is, to me, one of the biggest uncaptured metrics that you have, right? You spend all this time to get a customer, and then to lose it can just devastate a staff in all forms, not just the business development rep that went out there and sold it, but the rest of the team that's supporting it and operationally making that effective, as a customer. So I think a lot of it goes back to one of the things that Chelsea just mentioned, and that is value, right? So value goes beyond transactions. So if you think about it in terms of things like, what do I do differently? So in the terms of payments, and using that as an example, enabling payments in every part of your solution where there's a point of interaction, like Chelsea said, any place in the in transaction flow where you might accept a payment. When you start looking beyond that, the types of things that'll help you manage attrition better are things like, how do I take the data and make it easier for companies that use my software to reconcile in my application without leaving my application? You have to add value beyond the transaction, right? That's really what the story is about. It can't be as simple as, hey, you do the payments and we do the software, and they're kind of two separate things. The idea is to more tightly marry those two concepts, and that's what reduces attrition. And why do we want to reduce attrition? Because the cost of acquiring a customer, is one of the metrics that every company looks at in terms of, the basic measurements that they manage on a regular basis. And you want your cost of acquisition to be in line with your attrition, right? And those are the two things that we always look at, both as a payment company, but also many software companies use that same metric to measure their businesses. One of the things I think that enables software and payments to be such a really good mix and such really good partnerships is the fact that they both measure their businesses similarly, right? We look at recurring revenue, or how do I acquire additional annual or monthly recurring revenue? We look at attrition. We look at, what does it cost us to acquire that recurring revenue? Well, that's exactly what software companies look at. So payments and software companies are so tightly aligned because our metrics are so tightly aligned, right? Now, we know the obvious things are not the obvious things. It may not be obvious, but we understand the concept of simply at the top level, a software company is looking for additional revenue, a channel, because it diversifies their revenue channel, it increases their revenue opportunity, and it's much easier to sell to an existing customer than to go get a net new customer, right? That's the whole reason why you don't want attrition, because the cost to go acquire a customer is so expensive. So once you have a customer, the idea is, can I sell them more things, right? Obviously, in the case of software, payments is one of those things that you can sell that's extra. What's interesting in terms of attrition is, how do you protect that, right? So we talked a little bit about adding more value. Another way to do it is through just making sure all of your tech is reliable, right? You want to make sure that whatever you're doing on a regular basis, you're not reaching too far, right? You want to make it so what customers want is stability, right? In terms of the actual software customer, they're looking for to have a stable environment. They want payments to just work, because everyone assumes payments is just part of the flow of a transaction. So the idea is you want to kind of be, I can't remember the term that they used to say, is that, you want to be there, you want to be in the corner, but not heard. They used to say it about children. I don't remember the analogy. You probably do, Phil.
Seen but not heard.
Yeah, seen but not heard. There you go. So, it's really what the concept of payments is that whole seen but not heard concept. And so, there's reliable tech. There's a concept of the reporting data. Like I said earlier, you want to give them the ability to reconcile within your own application and not to have to go outside of your system to do the normal business functions that they would do using your software, right? And then obviously there's another piece of it, and that's the customer service aspect, right? So the more reliable the software, the simpler the transaction set, the fact that it works on a regular basis, then you can be proactive in your customer service approach. A simple example of how do you manage attrition, you work with a partner who's telling you that, hey, on the weekend, your customer called into the support channel 3 times. I can now proactively on Monday morning, make sure I call them, and it could be as simple as they ran out of paper in a terminal device, or, something went wrong when they tried to batch out for the night. But the reality of it is, if you're getting that data ahead of time, now you're proactively managing that. It's keeping that customer service in a proactive nature instead of a reactive nature. The more you get into a reactive nature in customer service, typically you'll see your attrition rates increase, right? Because what happens is most companies have difficulty in supporting on the back end, when it's already a problem. It's easier to jump in front of that and be proactive.
Yeah. Well, in addition, I mean, you said it right, within customer service, it's reporting, right? Clean reporting, right? So those kind of communications between your partner and your merchants being able to go in and look at how they do business quickly, being able to analyze how things go into being able as an ISV partner going in and analyzing it. And then Mark, I mean, can you talk a minute about it? So there were some things that happened this year where certain partners and processors, there was adding of fees to merchants, to people who are at it, and there wasn't good communication, wasn't open, it wasn't an open process. That created a lot of backlash across a couple of larger things. Can you talk a little bit about just within pricing and things like that?
Sure. So, just for everyone who's listening, that the concepts in our business when we're dealing with a software company, the fees typically can refer to a couple different ways. One is a buy rate. So a buy rate typically is the amount that our partners pay us to do a certain kind of transaction, right? So you obviously, when you're searching for a partner as a software company, want to look for somebody who's giving you very specific, written, publicly available buy rates that you're dealing with, so what your set cost is on a regular basis. Every time you introduce a surprise, in terms of whether it's fees or customer service or a new software, it always causes a disruption in business, and it always causes people to call your own support line. So if you think about it, you're really causing people, you're creating your own support nightmares, right? When you do that. So as a partner, you want a partner, as a software partner, you want a payments partner who is giving you very specific buy rates. And, I think a simple way to think of a buy rate is really what you pay your partner, right, above cost, right? So the cost we know is all distributed by the associations in our business, in the payments business, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Discover, they set the rates, to process a transaction. Your aggregators or acquirers like us then add a little bit of margin on top of that, and that essentially becomes the buy rate for the partner, right? So it's a simple concept. One that's interesting, but it's most buy rates have already hit that race to a certain number, right? They don't really diverge greatly. I mean, it's another one of those things that's a little bit misleading, right? For you to go out and say, well, I'm worried about buy rate, or I'm worried about, residual, when you don't understand the clear picture, right? It's just another component. And the buy rates, in my opinion, have come down to almost a norm, if you will, right, across the board with all the major processors.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I think, once it's understood and being open and transparent with merchants as you're setting pricing, and like once that's all just agreed upon, I think you can just avoid a lot of attrition risk by just being open and clear and making sure that's all agreed upon. So we get down to this final pot of money before you hit residuals, right? You get this pot of money that's called revenue share, right? This percentage of what you make. But so often over the years, I have heard businesses talk about their revenue share percentage, but when you actually dive into the math, it's really not what they think it is. It's something they were told, they were sold on a number, but then when you actually figure it all out, the number is actually quite less. Can you talk about revenue share percentages and what actually goes into all that?
Sure. So I think Brian did an excellent job early on in kind of defining the terms. And one of the words he used to describe the shareable amount of money is, he called it a pool, right? And I think that was an interesting concept, but one that might be a little bit easier for everyone to kind of think about is if we took that pool and we now make a pie analogy, right? And so the concept of what goes into making this pie in this particular case are things like the adoption rates that Chelsea outlined. How do you increase adoption rates? Because the idea is we're trying to make a bigger pie. It's not necessarily a tastier pie in this case. It's all about size, right? So in this particular case, we're looking to try to make a bigger pie because I want to have as much margin share of the largest pie it can have. That's the ultimate goal as a partner on both sides of that equation, right? So if you think about it in those terms, the pie really is the adoption rate. It's the how do you create margin, right? The better the margins, the bigger that pie grows. The lower the attrition, the bigger the pie grows, right? So the way I think about it is the pie is comprised of a bunch of ingredients, right? Adoption rate, margin, lower attrition. And once you start splitting that up, right? You start taking that and splitting that up, that's really the rev share. So it's pretty easy to see when you start thinking of it in that analogy, you know, when someone says to you, hey, do I want a one piece of a 4-inch pie, or do I want, you know, a smaller slice of a 30-inch pie, right? I mean, it becomes pretty obvious that you shouldn't be talking in terms of rev share and buy rates and until you understand the concepts of what goes into rev share, because ultimately what it is, it's the size of the pie.
Yep. That's fantastic. And it's true. And now you're making me hungry with talking of pie. So thank you for that. What is that? I mean, okay, so this is all good. This is very scholarly. Let's put it into terms. What does this actually mean for an ISV? So Brian, can you kind of give an example, break this out for some ISVs that are watching? What does this actually mean in their world?
Yeah, sure. So on the screen here, we'll put a graphic that compares two theoretical ISVs. And the point here is to illustrate how far off what you think a good deal would be by thinking rev share first when you should be thinking of it last. How much money you can actually be leaving on the table. So on the left hand side of our graphic, we've got ABC Software, who's got a 75% rev share deal with their processing partner, right? Fantastic on paper, very good. On the right side, XYZ Software has a 50% rev share with their processing partner, which is okay. Maybe that's market rate. That seems reasonable enough. And for the purposes of this example, we'll think of these two as very similar in terms of the industries that they serve, similar size customers. Customers are similar in their size in terms of volume. So let's say that they both have 1,000 customers that they could be selling payments to. And each one of those customers does on average $250,000 a year, okay? And let's dive into the differences in terms of sticking with Mark's pie example, what drives the size of that pie. So first we'll talk about adoption rate. So ABC Software in this example has a 30% adoption rate of 300 customers that are in their portfolio. So, you know, maybe it's not much of a strategic focus for them. Maybe they don't have a really tight relationship with the sales team at their processing partner to make sure that they're getting as many as they can. Perhaps it's just not, you know, it's not top of mind. There's not warm handoffs taking place. So 30% penetration, depending on how you look at it, that could be good, that could be not. Right? XYZ, meanwhile, looks at payments as a strategic revenue source. It's how they judge the health of their business. It's one of their leading indicators of success. And so they do a really good job being tightly aligned with their sales partner, joint marketing to show the value of the solution. They have warm handoffs every time someone signs up, net new, like Chelsea talked about. The sales partners on the phone closing it on the processing side. So they've got a 60% adoption rate, okay? So 30 and 60, obviously pretty different there. Now let's talk about margin. So ABC Software, again, they're not necessarily super focused on payments, something that they have. So they run at a 40 basis point margin. So perhaps that's from a lot of pricing. Maybe the sales team there is incentivized just to close deals. Maybe they don't have a lot of incentive to retain margin, which ultimately is going to hurt you as the ISV partner. They could just be racing to the bottom to close a deal and not really concerned with how much margin is left in the deal. You know, conversely, XYZ Software runs at a 70 basis point margin. They do a really, really good job with joint marketing to demonstrate the value of the solution. And the sales rep really sells on that value like Chelsea talked about. So there could be some meter B price in there, but they're adding more value. So again, 40 versus 70 basis point margin. Now we look at buy rates. So ABC Software has a 20 basis point buy rate with their processing partner. And XYZ has a 10 basis point buy rate to their partner. And, you know, I think Mark did a good job explaining, you know, buy rates at this point, I think are fairly market value. But when you think about buy rates and you see one that seems a little bit high, I think it should raise flags for you, because to me, that's a processor that's building in their margin without having to expose themselves to any of that risk or upside on the splittable side of that pie. So if they're building all their margin in before the split, they don't really have very much incentive to drive margin for you. So again, ABC with a 20 basis point buy rate, XYZ with 10. So what does all that mean? Okay, so we look at the next slide here and we see ABC Software has a $75 million portfolio volume. XYZ has $150 million, right? So twice the size, just by doing a little bit better in terms of the messaging and getting better adoption. Obviously, that pie is now a lot bigger. We talk about margin, so 40 basis points on that $75 million, you got $300,000 in total portfolio margin for ABC versus 1.05 million for XYZ. Again, so now we're looking at both the adoption combined with the margin. Now you're seeing two very, very different numbers, of course, right? Then you factor in buy rate. Okay, so the 20 basis point buy rate on 40 basis point margin, you just cut your net splittable pie in half. Whereas conversely, over with XYZ, smaller buy rate again, because the processor's confident in their ability to deliver margin. Now you're looking at $900,000 versus $150,000 of splitting. So let's go all the way back to the beginning of this example, right? When ABC looks like the heroes because they have a 75% rev share and XYZ only got 50. Well, guess what? You're now looking at $112,500 for ABC versus $450,000 for XYZ Software. It's 4x higher, despite the number one thing that we see ISVs look at is this rev share percentage, 75 versus 50. Now, obviously, there's some deltas in those inputs, but those deltas can be accomplished through the strategies we talked about today. So you're looking at a 4x difference because you were focused on the wrong input into what your residual really means. And I think that should illustrate what we're talking about. It's all about the inputs. The rev share is the last thing that you should consider.
All right, has everyone got that? All right, everyone go. Break. You're all trained and educated. That was fantastic. Thank you, Brian. I mean, it really is. I mean, when you're looking at the payments revenue, you're focusing on the right things, right? Basis points, right? Volume, right? Not just the percentage, right, Brian? Is that a fair way to summate that?
Yeah, that's right. So I think at the end of the day, the way to kind of cut through a lot of the noise, there's always going to be people trying to spin what the rev share is, what their buy rates are, what the margin they're going to capture is. At the end of the day, the way you should be evaluating this is how many basis points on margin do I make? That helps you kind of land on the bottom line, skip over all the detailed lines, and figure out how effective is my payments program. That's ultimately the best barometer of how you're doing.
Perfect. And that's good. And everybody, I mean, we'll get to this when we finish. I mean, if you're sitting out there and you're listening and you've never done this before and some of this is confusing, the team will talk through this with you and help you in your specific examples to really get this down. But I like that. That's a nice way to do it. We've heard that for years in this industry. Everyone focuses on the percentage number. And then quite honestly, it's never the percentage number that you're saying is what you're getting. So it feels almost a little bait and switchy. So that's a really great breakdown. Guys, I mean, let's kind of go through this. Mark, if you can just kind of give us a walkthrough of the biggest misconceptions, kind of recap us as we kind of come to a close with our panel and kind of lead us home, sir.
Sure. So I think Brian did an excellent job of summarizing the biggest misconception, right? I think what we all learned today, without question, is that pie is better than rev share, right? You want to have a good pie, and that's probably a good thing with the holiday season coming up. So we want a larger pie, drop the rev share, and focus on the financial growth that you're getting month over month. What does it mean to you in terms of the true residual? How much money are you making? Not all of the terms that get thrown around, because they're all used as confusion strategy or just a way to kind of build a logic, a false narrative, right? What really matters is how much money am I making month over month, and can I make more? And how do I do that, right? Typically, it's almost inevitably a growth story, right? It's how do I grow that base by getting more customers to use my product, which means everything goes back to what Chelsea said. It's all about value. How do I create value for this integrated product so I can get growth? And how do I work with partners that help me lower attrition? Things like don't go out and gouge the partners. Right? Think of it as a software partner. I owned a software company years ago, And one of the things, if I had partners that were out there working with me, but they were telling them the wrong story, or they're increasing prices for their products, and I brought them into the equation, I'm now putting my customer at risk in my subscription fee or my software. In those days, it was software license and maintenance dollars at risk. But the idea of putting your revenue at risk for a partner going out and just randomly throwing large price increases out there, that was a harsh reality that no one wanted to deal with, right? Because you're creating those relationships. And again, the cost of creating those relationships and the time and effort you put into them, you don't want to ruin them just because you chose the wrong partner, or you chose to work in a way that you thought was going to make more money for you, just by blowing the price out of the water. When the reality of it is, there's always that measurement of how do I keep as many customers as possible, and how do I grow it in a very systematic way, right? And I think that's the takeaway today, right? It's always about growth, and it's always about how do I maintain customers as I grow.
There it is. You can't tie it up with a bow any better than that. Well, listen, this has been an awesome conversation, a lot of information. I'm sure that there are some of you out there that have questions. So just as a reminder of what happens now, there is an open Q&A dialogue that is going on in the panel that you can get to. We'll make sure you have those links. Ask this panel questions. Ask them questions. Explain, make sure that you understand it. Don't leave confused. This is for you to feel really good about that next part of your decision process and what you're going to do. All right, so get in there, ask some questions. We're going to go on a break here for a little bit. Make sure you listen on the in-between. We've done some interviews, some cool things like that while you're waiting. The next panel will begin shortly. And as always, we are grateful for your time. So Mark, Chelsea, Brian, thank you for an amazing conversation. We really appreciate it. And thank you so much. We appreciate that.
Thanks, Phil.
All right, everybody, hang tight. More to come at the Clearent ISV Summit. Thanks again, and we will talk soon. Bye, everybody. Hey, everybody, and welcome to the Clearent ISV Summit, Clearent Connects. My name is Phil Rickey. I'm your host, VP of Marketing, and I am going to be spending some time in between our panels talking to some of our wonderful panelists. And right now, joining me is our good friend and Director of Business Development, Mr. Brian Abernathy. Brian, how are you today, sir?
Phil, I'm doing great. It's always a pleasure to speak with you.
You too, man. I mean, this summit is awesome so far. Really grateful for all of your participation in it. But
Sure.
Let's talk a little bit about you. Tell us about you. Who are you, and what do you do here at Clearent so that everyone gets a chance to know you a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. So again, Brian Abernathy, Director of Business Development here at Clearent. I think we all wear a number of hats here at Clearent, but my primary day-to-day responsibility is leading our go-to-market strategy for our ISV channel. What our messaging looks like, what types of partnership models we're out there pushing, making sure our technology is where it needs to be in order for us to be an attractive option to partner with these ISVs. So that's
Awesome.
pretty much my day-to-day.
Nice. Yes, and we all do many things. That's how it works when you're busy. Well, tell us a little bit about Clearent from your perspective. What makes Clearent different? What makes it a good place to be?
Sure. Yeah. I came from Clearent to Clearent from another payment processor, much larger, and I think what makes Clearent unique is that we're in an interesting spot in terms of we have the technology and the financial backing to be relevant with the largest ISVs, right? We have the ability to support technology-wise, financially-wise, the biggest players in the space. But at the same time, I think that the size of our team and the attitude and the culture that we have here makes us really nimble and flexible and open to new ideas. And so I think that intersection puts us in a unique spot to get creative and be able to craft some deals that make sense for everybody involved. So it's an exciting place to be.
That's awesome. And what keeps you here? Is it those opportunities? But what makes you want to stay?
Sure. Honestly, the people here are fantastic. It's a tight-knit team, and I mentioned everyone wears a lot of hats earlier. I think it's a good sign. It means everyone's willing to take on as much responsibility as they need to drive us to the place we need to be. So I think that starts at the top with Pam Joseph and all the way down through our entry-level sales folks. Everyone's rowing in the same direction, and it's a fun place to be.
Awesome. Yeah, I do. I love all the people here too, and it's I think that's a common theme for us. What about you, Brian? What are your personal passions? What do you enjoy to do when you're not doing all of this?
Sure. Yeah. So my typical escape, and has been since earlier this year, has been a lot of golf. So I live down in Charlotte, North Carolina, and so try and get out there as often as I can. Growing up, I played soccer in college up at St. Lawrence University in upstate New York, where I'm from. So still follow soccer big time. So I'm up early watching the games across the pond. And while I've hung up the cleats here due to my aging body, I still love to follow the game.
Yeah, the aging body catches up no matter what. I always
certainly does.
like to say, when we're talking, especially about the history of payments, I'm like, there's a lot more grays in this beard than there used to be. So I hear you, brother. That's fantastic. That's good stuff. I mean, what do you when you think about the next 12 months? Like, you're looking ahead. 2020, what a year. Totally interesting. Totally not what anybody projected on Jan 1. What are you looking forward to? What are you the most excited about over the course of 2021?
Yeah, I think it's an exciting time to be in the space that we're in. Obviously, there's a number of mergers and acquisitions happening, which is always an interesting sign that there's a lot of eyeballs and investment happening. But more so, I think the circumstances of 2020 have driven some innovation and have created some opportunities. So while I think it's easy to look at it as a detriment, some of our SaaS partners are struggling perhaps, with their own business, or perhaps their customers are struggling, may not even be open. I think at the end of the day, what it's going to do is provide opportunity for those that are willing to look at it, identify it, and go after it. And so I'm really excited to kind of tackle these challenges. Clearent does a great job, as I mentioned, being nimble, responding to the feedback that we get from our partners. So, identifying those opportunities over the next 12 months, putting ourselves in a position to win with our partners, and ultimately going there together is what I'm looking forward to.
That's awesome. Man, this summit came together really well. It was so great being able to bring people together. A lot of really awesome panelists, people that are from within the organization or partnering out with the organization. Who's like one of those people, when people are listening today, that you would say, man, you should know that person. You should really get a chance to talk to them, pick their brain a little bit more. Who's one of the panelists that you would tell that to the listeners?
Yeah, without a doubt. I think Mark Pacifioni is the first one that comes to mind. Mark just has a tremendous amount of experience, not only in the payment space, but I think what makes him unique is that he's actually owned and sold a software company as well. And so he's got this point of view that's not only coming from a ton of experience on the payment side and understanding how our side of the business works, but he's also got real life experience on our partner side. And so being able to see both sides of the table there it makes him a huge asset for us as we try and make sure that our messaging makes sense, not only for us, but also for our partners.
That's awesome. That's awesome, man. Well, listen, one of the big things is for everybody who's attending the event and listening today, Clearent, our tag is under Built Different. And one of the things that we take a lot of pride in here is that we try to be a company that doesn't make your success. Your success comes from you, but we are here to enable your success and to help you realize those next dreams. So if you had one word that you would use to describe Clearent to people in your opening, what would that one word be, Brian?
Yeah, honestly, I think it's trustworthy. It's one of the reasons that I'm attracted to be here. I think it has a lot to do with the people, as I mentioned earlier, and the culture. But, fortunately or unfortunately, I think the payment space is what it is. I think it certainly has undertones of maybe some not so transparent, whether it's financials, whether it's support. There is unfortunately a little bit of a stigma in this space. And so I think what we do here is try to be as open and honest and transparent as possible with our partners. And I think that goes a long way, especially for a partner who perhaps has had an experience elsewhere that perhaps wasn't so positive, whether it's for them or their merchants. And so I think here at Clearent, what you can expect is a very consultative and open, honest, and transparent sales process where we make sure that we're in the right position to support you and what your organization needs.
Fantastic. I love that trustworthy. Very good. Brian Abernathy, my friend, I know we'll be seeing you throughout the day, so thank you for taking a few minutes to let everybody get a chance to know you a little bit, and we will talk again very soon, I'm sure. Thanks
Fantastic.
again.
Appreciate the opportunity.
All right, everybody. I know we're on break right now, but keep on listening. We'll have some more cool interviews, some music, some other things, and we'll be getting back to the panels very soon. Thanks again from the Clearent ISV Summit. Best. Hey, everybody, and welcome to the Clearent ISV Summit, a little bit of a Clearent Connects minute where we take a few minutes and we actually get to talk to some of our panelists. And joining me right now from the floor is our good friend, Dave Lewis, who is our Director of ISV Partnerships. Hey, Dave, how are you doing today?
Hey, Phil, I'm doing great. How are you?
It's going fantastic. How are you enjoying the summit so far?
So far, so good. Yeah, we're excited.
That's awesome. All right. Well, Dave, this is a little bit about us getting to know you and the things you do. So tell us a little bit about you. What do you do here at Clearent? And give us a little background.
Yeah, great. I am Director of ISV Partnerships, as you mentioned before, and my responsibility is ultimately to identify software companies that look like they fit well within Clearent's culture, technology, just a general approach to payments. And I work with those ISVs to develop partnerships and go-to-market strategy to help them capitalize on an integrated payments.
That's awesome. That's great. And tell us, I mean, you know, everybody does this out there, right? The payment space is pretty wide. But from your perspective, what makes Clearent different? How do we approach things that others maybe don't?
Yeah, that's a great question. You're right. It's there's a lot of dust being kicked up from lots of different companies as it relates to ISV partnerships. I think over the last 10, 12 years, it's become understood within the industry the value of an ISV partnership, and when looking to determine where I'd want to work, what company would work well for me as an employer, Clearent really stood out because they approach an industry that typically is pretty shark infested with a true value. They believe in providing value to the customer. It's a very honest organization and also very dynamic in the build and supporting of their technical offerings. So we're able to support a wide array of partnerships from an integration perspective, and they're really committed to making sure that those partnerships take off.
That's awesome. That's all. How long have you been with Clearent, if you mind me asking?
Just south of 4 years.
Awesome. And has a lot changed in the 4 years you've been here?
You know, it really has. I think from a personnel perspective, we've seen some additions to the organization. There's been a ton of growth. We've developed an acquisition strategy over the 4 years I've been here. But at its core, the desire to deliver valuable technology, valuable support, and true dynamic partnerships, that has not changed, which is great, because as companies grow, often they lose the values that got them to where they are currently. Mm-hmm. But Clearent has never lost that.
That's awesome. That's really great. Thank you. What about you, Dave? What do you enjoy? What's your personal passions when you're not doing this? What do you enjoy to do?
Yeah, that's a great question. I've been doing this so long. It's been 20 years in the payments industry, working with software companies pretty much exclusively from around 2000. But me personally, when I can get some time, I like to spend time with my family. I know that can be a cliche. We're a pretty tight knit group of folks here. I live in Connecticut, and and we spend quite a bit of time outdoors and like to spend some time with each other. And actually, bit of a fun fact. Before I was in the payments industry, I was a professional musician. So I do like to spend time listening to music and playing when I can.
What instruments or instruments do you play?
Well, my primary instrument is the saxophone.
Nice.
Yeah, but through school, I learned a variety of different instruments, most woodwinds.
Okay.
At some point I played, yeah.
So, I mean, sax, like who is the hero? Like who's the guy or gal that when you think about the epitome of that instrument, like who do you love to listen to?
John Coltrane.
Oh yeah,
I'd say it's probably it's probably my favorite.
That's a good one. John Coltrane is pretty awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. Very good, man. Well, a couple other questions I have, if you don't mind. I mean, one of the ones that I'm looking at is, 2020 has been a year. We know moving forward, there's a lot of complexities. Over the next 12 months, what do you see as the most exciting thing, or the most, the most important thing that, maybe ISV should pay attention to?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. With COVID, obviously, it's been quite a bit of a challenge, and what we've ultimately seen is a desire to push the ability to make payments to the consumer in a way that enables sort of a touchless type of an environment. The ability for a consumer to pay on their phone, we're starting to see a big move towards that. It was already in play, but the less that cards can change hands, it seems like there's a real desire to make that happen. So a move towards mobility, and then also putting the payment into the consumer's hands in a way that's safe. And I believe that though there was a quick push towards that, I think it's going to continue even after COVID settles down. Sure. I think that it's become a well-adopted technology here, even over a very, very short period of time. And I believe that'll continue into the future.
Yeah, no, that's a good call out. I agree. I mean, there's a lot of moves into, you're watching digital wallets really become, commonplace, and more technologies going to that. And contactless just, I think what may have been nifty is now becoming needed. And once something becomes needed, it just becomes part of the fabric. So yeah, excellent. Dave, Clearent is many things, right? To us as those who work here and as people get to know us, what's one word that you would use to describe Clearent if you were, introducing it for the first time to somebody?
Yeah, that's another good question, Phil. I think personally, I see it as just dynamic. It's a very dynamic organization. If we on the ISV partnership side identify a partner that looks like there's a really good alignment with Clearent, we do often whatever it'll take to kind of pull out the stops and make sure that partnership is what it needs to be. We don't try to jam them into a box that fits us. We want to make sure that the value proposition that we're bringing is real and true. And if that means that we need to make some changes on our side, or maybe think a bit outside the box, that the company has always been open to doing that, which is makes it a dynamic place, and I think a really good home for lots of ISVs.
Fantastic. Awesome, man. A lot of great people speaking today, Dave. Who's the one person out of all the panelists and all the experts that are out there talking, who's the one person that an ISV should listen to and get to know a little bit?
Yeah, I think it'll ultimately depend on why you're here. Obviously, if you're looking for information on payments facilitation, I'm part of a panel that talks about that. But I think from what is unique in our virtual summit is the appearance of Scott Morris, who is doing a discussion on how to value the company, depending on where you are in your life cycle. So if at some point you're looking to sell your organization, Scott has some tremendous expertise, and I think that's a unique discussion to this virtual summit that you often won't see with other payment processing companies.
Yeah, that is definitely something that I think is a great conversation to be had, listening to Scott and Noah and that whole group. And yeah, Scott's a beast when it comes to that stuff. That's awesome, man. Well, hey, listen, Dave, thank you so much for taking a few minutes and talking with us. I know you got a lot of people that are waiting to talk to you, so we will allow you to get back to all that. But again, thanks for everything. I hope you have a fantastic summit.
Great. Thanks, Phil. It's my pleasure.
And everybody else, I know we're on break right now, but pay attention. Other things will be popping in during break, and we will be starting very soon in the next panel. But for now, I hope you're enjoying the summit, and we will all come back together soon. Have a great one. Talk soon. Thanks, everyone.
Welcome back to the Clearent ISV Virtual Summit. I'm Lauren Garrett, and this is Phil Rickey.
Thank you, Lauren. We're about to kick off our second panel of the day called What You Need to Know Before You Become a Payment Facilitator. In it, you'll hear from a panel of payment experts as they discuss the best ways to own and monetize the payment experience while minimizing potential risks to your business.
You'll learn how payment facilitation varies from the referral and hybrid programs that are available to you as SaaS providers, which model would work best for you, and costs, potential risks, and infrastructure that's needed to successfully monetize payments.
Now, as a reminder, the panel discussion is pre-recorded, but we will have a live Q&A at the conclusion of the session. You might want to fire up that Word doc or other note-taking tools so you can jot down your notes and questions for the panelists after.
Now let's get started.
Thanks so much, Lauren, and welcome everybody. Again, I'm Phil Rickey. I'm the Vice President of Marketing, and here we are in our second panel of the day, which is what you need to know before becoming a PayFact, or otherwise known as a payment facilitator. PayFact is the industry term for those things. And when you have industry terms and lots of stuff to talk about, it's good to be surrounded by industry experts. And that is what we have. So let me introduce our wonderful panel that we have today. First up, the wonderful young lady of our group, we have Miss Rebecca Corbin. She is the Manager of Strategic Partnerships here at Clearent. We also have Mr. Davis Lewis. He is the Director of ISV Partnerships here at our great Clearent company. And then last, Mr. PayFact Guru himself. If you haven't heard it, he's done a bunch of stuff, already been recorded, done shows all over talking about this. We have our Director of Business Development, Mr. Brian Abernathy. Thank you all for joining us here at the Clearent ISV Summit to talk to all of our wonderful attendees. How's everybody doing today?
Great, Phil.
Fantastic.
Great. All right. So this is a pretty big topic. So we're gonna try to tackle this as best we can in the time that we have together, knowing that there will be many questions that I am confident will come forward. But I think one of the biggest things that we want to start off with saying is payment facilitation, which is been a growing trend. We've seen it a lot, especially over the past decade or so in the payment space. A lot goes into it. So much confusion, though, of what it actually is, what it actually means. So, Brian, let's start with you. Let's go as basic as we can go. What is it to be a PayFact? What is payment facilitation? Tell everybody, please.
Sure. Yeah, Phil, and you're right. I think there's a lot to unpack here. So I think for the purposes of the beginning of the discussion, we can think of payment facilitation or PayFact as just a different model for an ISV to provide their SaaS customers with access to merchant services. Seems pretty simple, right? Obviously, there's more to it. So I think the biggest difference from the traditional models that Becca's going to tackle in a second here would be that the ISV under this PayFact model actually becomes what's called the merchant of record or a master merchant. And so that means that they're actually the ones that are on the hook for the transactions in terms of the sponsor bank itself. And so what that means is that your customers actually become sub-merchants or micro merchants underneath this master merchant, which gives the ISV some really unique controls, which we'll dive into in a little bit.
That's fantastic. Hey, yeah, tell us a little more, Rebecca, please.
Yeah, keep it as basic as possible to start. We do have a couple different variations, and if you look at it, you have the top level, which is more of a referral model in a typical ISV world, and it's our all-in-one solution, all hands on deck. Then you could even go towards more of a hybrid or an ISO model where, they have the ISO themselves own a little bit more of the process. And then a payfac model even is typically where you see that the payment facilitator owns everything. So that's kind of the basic high level view of the different types of models that we have and that are out there.
So that's interesting. So, it's 3 lanes. Like so many things, there's always multiple ways to get there. I think it's pretty simple to understand, like payment facilitation, and we'll get into that deeper, but hybrid, right? If you don't know what a payment facilitator is, I hear this all the time out there. What is a hybrid payfac, Ryan?
Yeah, so I think when we dive into what the features and benefits of becoming a payfac are, and the various costs that come with them, and where it may or may not make sense, which Dave's going to tackle a little bit later in the session. There is a way that's becoming more popular where you can pick and choose some of the features that make payfac really attractive without necessarily the costs or the risk that's associated with becoming a full-blown payment facilitator. So when you hear hybrid, I think you can think of something that's somewhere in between sort of the hands-off, hey, you do everything referral model that is kind of where the industry was born. And obviously this full-blown payment facilitator model where you're bringing everything in-house, you're branding everything, and you're on the hook for everything. It's sort of splitting the difference there. And I think as we've seen companies move towards this payfac model, and perhaps they might find that it's not a fit and they decide to move a little bit back the other direction.
So I don't even understand how it became popular. So, I think one of the funny things is that like all of a sudden it just popped up, right? And so much confusion came with it. I don't know who created it. I'm sure there's like some guy or gal out there with a big smile on their face saying, I did that. But how did it become so popular? Where did it come from? How did it become so popular?
Sure. I think you can think about that 2 different ways. I think, first of all, from a merchant's perspective, there was an underserved part of the market in the term that we used earlier, micro merchant, right? Where if you were a small business, you could think of maybe a food truck, you could think of an individual hairstylist who perhaps rents a booth at a salon, but is really they're running their own small business. Those types of situations where maybe the volume isn't quite as big, maybe it's a part-time business perhaps, those businesses had a really hard time getting access to a traditional merchant services account. A few reasons for that. One, it's a pretty lengthy process. Some recent regulations from FinCEN require that there's a lot of detail required to submit an application to get a full-blown merchant account. It's required by processors like Clearent. Our sponsor banks make us collect this information. So it's a little bit cumbersome just from an experience point of view. There are some other issues in terms of underwriting. You could have just started this business. There may not be much history in terms of credit, which could cause it to decline. And so basically there was this sort of tail of the market for smaller businesses that maybe didn't have quite as much volume or number of transactions that had a really, really hard time getting access to payments. And so from the ISV perspective, they saw an opportunity there. So if you had a software that served those types of businesses, think of perhaps a retail point of sale, again, maybe with the salon, it could be a business management software for a salon. They said, okay, well, how do we enable these small businesses to start accepting payments in an easier way? And so when we think about the financial upside to being a payment facilitator for the ISV, one of the most important things you can do as someone looking to monetize your payments volume is to get as many of your customers into your portfolio as possible. And PayFac lets you do that. Very simple, very frictionless boarding. And so it was really serving both the merchant, making it easier, and helping out the ISV because all of a sudden the majority of their new customers were automatically becoming part of their payments portfolio, which ultimately made them money.
And that's just exclusive to payment facilitators. That's the only way to do that. Is that the only way to get that done?
It's not. No. So I think if we have a great panel as well talking about kind of rev shares versus residuals. But when we think about trying to monetize your payments, there's a lot of different ways we can tackle it. We talked about the referral model earlier, which is a little bit more of a hands-on, probably a little bit slower approach, more high touch. That's obviously going to have some percentage conversion. So if you think about you, Mr. SaaS company, you've brought on a new customer, and there's some percentage chance that your partners, say Clearent in this example, that our sales team is able to close that deal. Now, hopefully it's pretty high, assuming that you've worked together, you've got tight messaging, you've got a good product and fair pricing, but it's not guaranteed. Whereas a payment facilitator, when you've got payments built in, you've got a published rate, you may even embed the terms and conditions of payments within your end user license agreement, it's 100%. Okay, so that's your difference.
Gotcha. And it can't be too bad from a financial standpoint. I mean, if people are doing it, you have to be able to make some money doing it as well, too, correct?
Yeah, that's right. You know, I think that's one of the reasons that we've seen this explode. And it's no secret that private equity has their hand in this space in a big way. And so from an investment perspective, if you're getting pressure from your board to monetize payments in a bigger way, to grow the valuation of your company, payment facilitator has become a very trendy way to do that. And yes, it does have some potential upside financially. And we'll unpack a little bit more what comes with that. But without a doubt, when you take on all of the control of the boarding, the experience, the branding, the underwriting, and the risk, of course, you're going to get a bigger share of that pie. But again, we'll unpack what comes with that a little bit later in the session.
Well, that's great. I mean, so it makes sense. And it must make sense everywhere, right? So Dave, talk to me. Where does it actually make sense to be a PayFac, right? Because everyone's sitting here just heard Brian say, I'm going to make lots of money. So why would I want to do this? So where does this make sense the most?
Yeah, that's a great question. The interesting thing is Brian and I, Becca, we talk to software companies all day, every day. That's pretty much our jobs. And we do hear this a lot. And most of the time, we're hearing folks that want to have the benefit of a frictionless process. They want to have the benefit of more of a self-service environment, something that their clients can easily board, they could easily serve themselves, very simple environment for payment processing from a technical perspective. And often we find it doesn't make sense, but there are cases certainly where it does. And where we see the primary benefit is often in a environment where maybe the merchants are homogenous, so they have the similar DNA across the board. The other thing is low risk. So as the merchant of record, we know merchants are responsible for the risk of their store. So when they sign up for payments, if they let somebody in who ultimately ends up stealing their card data, they're responsible for that. So as you can imagine, from a payments facilitator perspective, if an ISV is a merchant of record, they're responsible as the merchant of record for all their sub-merchants. And in some cases, that makes absolute sense, whether it's a very simple, secure technology environment, merchants that they understand have a very low risk profile for chargebacks, from a simplified process for boarding and self-service clients who don't have a lot of price sensitivity, maybe where they can set the price in advance and the merchants just come on board because they recognize the value of the combined solutions. And probably most important is a solution set that payments is an integral part of it. Let's say a billing solution, a medical billing solution. You don't buy a medical billing solution and then leave the payments on the side. That's right. Core to the environment. Or a business management software that does member management and dues collection. You don't manage your memberships without collecting their dues. So if you put those two things together in a low risk vertical market, it can absolutely make sense. So it'll help you control your risk. Help you, enable your merchants to be able to board themselves, often support themselves. It could be minimal overhead. Kind of depends on the environment, but certainly in certain cases, it will make sense.
That's great. Do you have any examples of anyone you've worked with in the past that this just came in and just made total sense? Maybe it'll reflect somebody that's listening right now.
Yeah, sure. We've seen environments where I think Brian had mentioned before, booth renters in a hair salon, somebody who's their own small business, but maybe they rent a chair in a hair salon or multiple hair salons where they need to be able to move back and forth from one to the next. they're in a mobile environment, they simply need to be able to take cards and tips. It's not a lot of recurring billing, or and certainly not a high risk profile. Cards are being taken in person, not a lot of future delivery. So in an environment like that, we've certainly seen it make sense. I've also spoken to very successful medical billers who deal with small practices, and lots of them, where it's an integral part of the solution, and it's a low risk environment. Patients paying their medical bills certainly have a less of a likelihood to charge back the transaction later and create a risk environment for the ISV.
Fantastic. Great. So let's play devil's advocate here now, because we just talked about a lot of the gooey good stuff. So some of the things you described are pretty specific. There may be people listening right now that are saying, well, that's not quite me. So, Dave, Brian, let's get into this. Like, where might it not make sense? So PayFact, it's out there. Everyone's doing it, making money. Okay, we can control things. Sounds great. But yet not everybody's doing it. So where does it not make sense? Help us understand the difference there.
Yeah, Phil. So I think this is probably the bulk of the mystery surrounding this topic is these next few things that we'll discuss. And I think first and foremost, we talked about the obvious financial upside of owning this entire process, right? You're going to be looking at closer to 100% of the net revenue, because your processing partner probably isn't doing a whole lot other than routing your transactions. But what comes with that, as we alluded to earlier, would be, I think, first and foremost, cost. Right. So what is it going to cost you to become a payment facilitator? There's a few things that go into it when you think about just your upfront or your startup costs. You're now becoming a money transmitter, right? So you're looking at well over a six-figure investment for becoming a money transmitter. There's an annual PCI compliance audit that you've got to participate in. And then you're also looking at registration fees, having to register with the card brands themselves. So you're looking at well north of well into the six figures, and just kind of the administrative side of things. That doesn't even take into account your headcount. So now you've brought all these functions into your ISV structure, right? So you now have a department that's responsible for payments. Maybe in a different model, that's outsourced to your payments partner, but as a PayFact, you own that. So Dave mentioned underwriting, risk, fraud. These are people that you need to actively be monitoring that, because as we mentioned, you are a PayFact now. You're on the hook for everything that happens in your entire portfolio. And so, we're looking at probably bringing on at least one or two mid to senior level people, and perhaps some more support staff beyond that. So you can do the math on your own of what that the SG&A cost is there. And I think even beyond that, so you've got this, now mid six figure, potentially north of seven figure investment to get this off the ground. What's the opportunity cost there? It's probably something else to consider, right? So as a SaaS company that's trying to grow exponentially year over year, if you took that payroll, for instance, and put it towards a few more developers, or maybe you double the size of your sales team, or maybe it's marketing, whatever it is, you've just got to take into account, does this make sense? Is this the best ROI that I could spend trying to really lean into payments in this PayFact model?
Wow. What else, Dave?
Yeah, so there are other things. We talked about a homogeneous merchant base, somebody where you understand the risk profile, maybe your technology meets the needs. So regardless of how you're set up, you're going to be working with a bank. You can't accept payments in the United States without working with a bank, and the bank will typically have a credit policy. And so if your merchant base has varying verticals, different MCC codes. Let's say you're a general retail solution, and you can sell anybody your software, from clothing retailers to vape shops. There may be, what we often see is when things aren't identified correctly on the front side. Let's say the merchant is submitting themselves and they put the wrong MCC code, or they make a mistake in the boarding process, that often the merchant experience after the fact can be a little bit cumbersome. So let's say the sponsor bank comes to recognize that you boarded some retailer that violates your credit policy, but you didn't know on the front side. It's very difficult to manage that. And as the merchant of record, you're responsible for rectifying it. The other area is if your clients have price sensitivity. So one of the great benefits of a PayFac type of a scenario is the simplicity of boarding. But if you're having to negotiate and do a hard negotiation with every single client that comes through the door, it makes the value proposition of that smooth process kind of go out the window. It kind of depends, but if as we talked about where it fits, a high volume of merchants that want a simplified process makes a lot of sense. But if you have a high volume of merchants that want to negotiate every single opportunity, that makes it a lot more difficult. Yeah, and like I said, just a general risk profile of your clients. If you're trying to board somebody who's your average client is a wholesaler who's doing $10 million a year in volume, that just doesn't fit the model. They need to go through a traditional underwriting anyway. So does it make sense for you to take on the entire burden when you're going to have to put your clients through the similar processes if you'd become an ISO? So, there are, like you said, places where it works, places where it doesn't. When we talk to software companies all the time, as I mentioned earlier, most of the time they just want to simplify the process. They don't want the risk. They often get frightened as an ISV of PCI and the exposure related to PCI. And initially we'd think they don't want the fraud risk for their downline of clients. But what we found is when you're responsible for the PCI exposure, if you, like I said, if you let one of your sub-merchants, somebody lets somebody in the door that steals credit cards, ultimately is the merchant of record, you're responsible for that. So, the PCI exposure can be pretty high as well. But we've seen instances where clients come on board with as a registered PayFac, and they come to realize where it just didn't make sense for them and they have to back out of it. There are things happening nowadays that are very different than what we've ever seen in this, or at least in the last 100 years we've seen. So let me give you an example of a place where, a PayFac decided that maybe this wasn't the right thing for them. It was humming along, and they were dealing with one we spoke to recently was dealing with a lot of gym memberships. And when gyms closed because of the pandemic and their sub merchants were not managing the refunds of monthly or annual billings correctly when the clients couldn't use the facilities, they ended up seeing a lot of chargebacks, a lot of chargeback costs, a lot of lost chargebacks because there was no revenue coming in. And as the merchant of record, that ISV ended up, kind of taking it in the teeth over it. And I think that had forced them into a position where they started to wonder whether or not it made the most sense. Say, can we have a different business structure where maybe we get a lot of the financial upside, but minimal risk on the downside? So sorry, I didn't mean to hijack you, but
no, that's fantastic. As a matter of fact, I think that's a really important piece that people need to hear, right? It's the one, I think one is when you become a PayFac, and maybe you shouldn't ever have been a PayFac, and you have that downward story. And then the other one is where you're thinking about going to become one, and then you do some research and doing it. So I always use the example with PayFacs, and tell me if this makes sense, everybody, is if you think about healthcare, right? In the healthcare world, there is something called self-funding, right? So you have it. We all know as business owners, and if you own, for everyone listening, if you have software, even one of your largest costs are the people that work for you and paying for their healthcare. It's one of the largest expenses. And you have traditional plans where you have basically an insurance carrier who you do business with them, and just like you said, Dave, they take on all the risk. Basically, they charge you a premium. You go and use it. And then if somebody ends up using a lot more, that insurance carrier is assuming the burden. But then there's a self-funded model, which is where you assume all the burden and you have an insurance carrier or a reassurer that basically you work through and basically pay for their network, but you basically pay out all the premiums, and the premiums come to you and you pay everything out. And they always say, when you do this, is that you're going to have a bad year 1 out of every 5. So if that bad year happens on year 5, you're the hero, right? It works out really well. But if your bad year is on year 1, that's going to be a massive burden. So one of the whole things a lot of these companies do is it's this huge transition about going from being traditional to maybe a partially self-funded to self-funded. So I think, to your point, some people jump into that, then they have that bad year and it cripples them. Brian, what about the other example, which is now you got people like, I think we want to do that. Like, have you ever worked with somebody that was like gung-ho PayFac and then realized after going through it that they were like, oh no, right? What, do you have a story with that one?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I worked with an ISV that was in the field services space who was really, really gung-ho about PayFac. They had someone on their board that was pushing it big time. They were in discussions with a few vendors who were offering really on paper lucrative payfac solutions, and they did fit a couple of those characteristics in terms of where we said it did make sense, right? They were going after larger residential repair, right? So restoration type of businesses. These were contractor companies that had 50 plus trucks minimum. So this was not, XYZ painting, down in Toledo, right? This was a big operation, likely national. And so they had big established clients. And so, yeah, I guess that is kind of a homogenous merchant base, right? So I think that does check that box. But I think when they dug into it a little bit, we had to really unpack and kind of unwind what they were looking to do. They were really attracted by this smooth onboarding process. And they thought it'd be really cool. Like, hey, look, we can get everyone in the bucket really easily with this payfac model. And so what we asked them the question, well, if you're dealing with a contractor that has 50 plus trucks, one of the real advantages of payfac is, as we discussed in the beginning, what was the appeal originally? Well, it's instant access to payments, right? Like, I just started this business and I have my first day tomorrow. I need to take a credit card. Well, it's very unlikely that your 50 truck contractor doesn't have a way to take payments today. They've been taking payments for 50 years since they've been in business. So that instant onboarding to them wasn't really very attractive. They're like, well, yeah, it's no rush, send me the terminal and, I'll do it whenever, I'll make the change. I think the other piece of it is the price sensitivity. So, when we talk about this attractiveness of getting everybody in the bucket up front and trying to grow your portfolio or your adoption rate as high as you can, as Dave mentioned, the flip side of that is that it comes with, you have to have a published price, right? There can't be much negotiation because it takes away that value. And so now you're talking about large businesses that have hundreds of employees that very likely have their own financial department of headcount, right? They're going to negotiate everything. They probably have someone that their entire job is negotiating cost. And so all of a sudden, what they thought was attractive about payfac in terms of smooth onboarding and simplified pricing didn't make any sense at all. And so they ended up taking a little bit more of what we mentioned earlier was this hybrid approach where they did use an API to submit applications. But there was a follow-up process where price was negotiated on the back end. We made sure that we had the right number of terminals for a number of trucks they had, and they still got a very good financial result, but it made more sense for their business.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, and sometimes something that seems simple, when you actually dive into it, the complexities go really far. And what it always sounds like to me when we talk about payfac, I think the lesson we keep learning is, if you have a very streamlined thing and it's not deviating too far from the streamline, cool. You start deviating, less cool. So let's talk about the other lanes a little bit deeper, right? So, at Clearent, the one thing that I want to make it clear to everybody is that when you're partnering with somebody, some people have it like this is their sales model. This is how they do this business. We're not trying to sell anything, right? The way that we try to approach this at Clearent is we try to educate, right? That's our stance, and then get you to the right answer. So we have a lot of different ways that you can get to the promised land. We just want to make sure that the path you take doesn't, end up, making all your tires flat and get you there on time. So Rebecca, Dave, I mean, let's dive into this a little bit. Rebecca, I mean, talk a little bit about talk about referral, talk about hybrid. What's the difference? How does that look? Let's get into that a little bit more so that they can hear other ways as well.
Yeah, so we touched on a couple of the benefits of payfac and the ease of onboarding. We've touched on, the risk of payfac and being a payment facilitator. So there are a couple different swimming lanes. And, the first one I want to touch on is the referral model. And our referral model is our all-in-one solution. And specific to Clearent, right? Again, like Phil said, we're not trying to sell you on anything, but I could speak specific to Clearent how our referral model is laid out. And it's laid out that we are all hands on deck from the beginning of the sales process and the integration to our sales solutions team. We have, once the certification is completed, an all hands-on meeting internally where underwriting is involved, risk is involved. Everybody's involved to know that you're a new partner coming in, and all parties are educated on the integrated solution. We leverage our sales solutions team. We even leverage our activations team that after it goes through the sales cycle and a mid's produced, our activations team then reaches out and helps activate the customer to really help with that attrition model as well, like to be profitable. Then you have the hybrid model where you could use, we're a little bit more hands off. You're not really with the all-in-one solution. You can kind of pick and choose from our suite of products as to whether you want to use the boarding API. And that gives you the benefit of what most PayFacs are looking for with that instant boarding, the instant mid. But you also have, the entire team working in the background for you, working on activations. If you need help with activations, we have device forecasting, making sure that those devices are in stock and getting out to you. It's all hands on deck where everybody is aware of you. And then you have the PayFac model where we're pretty much all hands off, that, we are, in tune as a company. So, most people will know that you're coming and who you are and what you're doing. But, we might not be as hands on to say, oh, wait, we see this application came through the boarding API and the customer hasn't activated. So let's reach out to the customer. We don't do any of that. Right. So, in the PayFac model, it's mostly hands off. So those are your three different lanes. You go from completely hands on to, a little bit of each bucket, and you kind of pick and choose of the referral solution that you want in the hybrid model, to the PayFac model where we're completely hands off.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to add to that just a little, if you don't mind. I think for all the ISVs out there, to understand how to take the next step with a solutions provider, it's important to have the kind of a consultative conversation. If the conversation you're having with a payment processing partner is a pitch, I don't know. I always thought maybe it was just me growing up with a grandfather who had that, you grew up in the Depression, that kind of a thing, where it's always, what's the catch here, right? So if all you're hearing is pitch and you're not hearing a discussion, then you have to kind of wonder what the catch is. And kind of to add to Brian's point earlier, I mean, we've seen ISVs often that come into us looking for the benefits of the PayFac. They're always talking about the benefits of the PayFac, but it seems like they knew enough that maybe they'd been pitched all the benefits, but were a little skeptical. And then you find out that they have merchants that are much, much larger than what a traditional PayFac allows, or they have a super complicated technology solution that has, card on file, and they have call center billing, and they've got mobile billing, and they've got actual front desk billing, all in one single merchant, where it makes it really, really difficult. And these are the types of things that when you're walking through, you got to figure out whether the complexity of your solution, the complexity of your merchants, the price sensitivity, all those things make sense. And to add on to Becca's point, if it becomes more complicated, or it just doesn't fit right down that PayFac lane, there are still some of the benefits you can get. You can kind of mix and match. You can control the pricing. You can do various things if you have the expertise to do it, and use partial solutions. So hybrid solutions, or a lot of partners just simply want to offload it. They say, look, we know it's a value. We'll create the value proposition in our messaging when we sell our software. But when it comes to pricing the merchant account, and it comes to getting them live and getting them their equipment properly configured, we want you to do it, because that's just not our core strength. But because the software company is the place where the merchant originally started, and that's how the business got to us, that there's still opportunity for significant revenue upside for the software company.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Listen, I think one thing that is for certain is that this is not an easy decision, right? So I mean, if we can recap a little bit about this, payment facilitation, a lot of positives. Let's not say there's a lot of positives in there, a lot of way to just, really put a shot in the arm with revenue. And if you are the right fit for it, then could be great. But there's also a lot of costs. There's a lot of risks. So you got to know the costs. You got to understand the risk. But that doesn't mean that if that doesn't end up working for you, that there aren't other options that can't be just as profitable. Keep expanding your pie, keep, reduce your attrition, raise your margin, all of those things, and really add value to the business. So I think what we learned in this time all together is that it's a little more complicated, as is most things, right? As is most things. But there's a path to success any way you want to do it. So here's the good news. I am holistically confident that there are a ton of questions, and there are very specific questions to your very specific business. So these lovely panelists who gave us wonderful knowledge are available right now live. Ask into the chat panel, and they are waiting there to answer your questions. And while we are going from one session to the next, they will be available to do that. And if you guys need to go a little bit deeper in those conversations, then of course, I'm sure Brian and Dave and Rebecca would love to have deeper conversations as well. So anyway, Rebecca, Brian, Dave, thank you so much for your knowledge. This was a fantastic conversation. I really appreciate you guys taking the time to do this.
Thanks. I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
all right. Fantastic. All right, everybody. Well, more to come. We're not done. We're just getting going. So be ready. The next panel will be started. Hit those questions in the chat panel. And thank you for your attention. And we will be back very soon. Bye, everyone. Talk soon.
Across America, businesses are trying to cope with the short and long-term financial impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. While some have fared better than others, everyone has faced hardship and fiscal challenges in some way. You make it your purpose to provide technologies and software that make it easier for small businesses to run their business. But what if you had the ability to help them reduce credit card processing fees and reinvest that money back into the things that matter most? More inventory, new equipment, or saving employees from unemployment. Clearent's Empower program allows you to do just that by giving you options to build alternative pricing programs like a true cash discount, surcharging, and convenience fees directly into your software, so you and your merchants have the power to choose a program that's aligned with the flow of your business. Our constant commitment and focus is centered around enabling your success with transparency and adaptable solutions. We don't believe in a one-size-fits-all approach to anything. You don't, so how could we? Go to clearent.com/empower for more information and try our Empower calculator so you can experience the possibilities for yourself. Clearent, built different. Hey everybody, and welcome to the Clearent ISV Summit Radio Network. This is Phil Rickey doing a Clearent Connects Minute as we go between panels and have an opportunity to talk to some of the wonderful people that have spoken at the panels this day. So with me right now is the wonderful Rebecca Corbin. Hello, Rebecca. How are you today?
Hello, Phil. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I am doing fantastic. How are you enjoying the summit up to this point?
You know, it's a blast. It's great, listening to all the panels and, really getting out there and meeting new people.
Awesome. Fantastic. Well, let's get to know you a little bit because everyone who's listening, maybe they had a chance to catch one of the panels that you yourself are sitting on. But tell us a little bit about you. Who are you and what do you do here at Clearent with us?
Yeah, I live in Philadelphia, so Pennsylvania based.
Nice.
I've been with the industry for quite some time and I came to Clearent in March and, I manage the strategic partnership team for the ISV channel here at Clearent.
So just so everyone heard that clearly, Rebecca came to us in March of 2020. So literally on the knocking on COVID's door pandemic. So that's fun. What a great transition year to come to a new company. How's that going?
To be honest, it has been going very, very well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's great. What brought you to Clearent? What made you come to Clearent?
I was with my previous company for quite some time. We were very private, like Clearent, and then we sold. And I was kind of looking for another private company again, and to really get back into what makes, a processor different than, someone very large. So I was looking for a more smaller company and a private company to come work for in the same industry.
Fantastic. I love that. Yeah. Sometimes it's great when you're with the big boys, but sometimes getting to work with a smaller, more agile company is great. So tell, you got a lot of people that are listening that are maybe new to Clearent. You're still relatively new to Clearent. So from your perspective, what makes Clearent different than other places you've been and worked with?
Yeah, well, Phil, I think you nailed it right on the head, to be honest. We're a private company that makes us really agile, especially in this space. For my particular area, what that means is that it gives us the ability to, hear what our partners and our customers' needs and wants are. Then we could work with them collaboratively to develop. We still have that ability to really listen, to see what enhancement or development needs they want, to vet it out and to make it happen with them. So that's really what makes Clearent different right now in this space and this time.
That's fantastic. It is, and I think when you're with a company that's agile and fun like that, it allows you to innovate a little bit quicker and do some fun things, which I think is always exciting. It makes the work more exciting, right?
Yeah, it definitely does.
All right. Well, outside of the work, what does Rebecca like to do? What are your personal passions? What do you enjoy?
I enjoy a lot of things. I really like to be active. By active, it's literally anything you could think of. So I mountain bike. I spend a lot of time with my dog. He comes on the trails with me, trail run. Getting ready for a 14-mile trail run in upstate New York soon. There's snow on the trail, so looking forward to that.
Nice.
And, just hanging out, getting out in the community. Right now it's tough with COVID, but I think that it goes a long way to even just go on a walk and see people and just, wave hello. So just being outside and active, keep moving, that really kind of is what drives me. And gets me through everyday life.
Well, I get that. And COVID's been interesting. I like to, I have a question about the future, especially with COVID there, but you mentioned you're in Philadelphia, is that correct?
That is correct. I'm in city limits, but I'm about 15 minutes away from Center City in a little town called Manayunk. Best suited for me because there's a big park, great little single track trails to run. And I was living in Center City, but wanted to get a dog, and that just fits my lifestyle best. And it's a nice little town. There's still a lot going on, bars and restaurants and very, Saturday markets. And, it's great for me and my dog and just kind of where I am in life right now.
Oh, I love that. That's great. But there is the essential question for anybody that knows anything about Philadelphia that must be asked, and that is Pat's or Geno's?
Actually, it's D'Alessandro's.
I love it.
Better than Pat's and Geno's, and especially very close to where I'm speaking of. So right down the road from Manayunk, about a mile away.
Okay.
Anyone that's visiting, I highly suggest you go to D'Alessandro's, then hit the Wissahickon Trail afterwards and walk it off a little bit.
Excellent. Everyone remembers. If you never remember, I just my mother was from Pennsylvania, Philadelphia area, and I was born outside of Philadelphia, and I just remember being as a kid, them just handing me over those steaks with the cheese whiz sauces on top, and I thought that was what cheese was for a really long time. It took a while for me to learn differently. So, Becca, let's talk about COVID for a second. This has been a hard year. There's a lot of things that people have to look forward to. So over the next 12 months in front of us, right, what in the space do you see? What are things that, partners should be thinking about as you're working with new partners coming in? What are you hearing? What are some things that they should know?
That's a great question, Phil. People ask me all the time, especially friends that are in this industry or even outside the industry, with COVID, we're seeing a lot of different things, from adding convenience fees to cash discounts. That is going to be the stickiness. That's what's going to really hit home. And a lot of people ask, well, what about the consumer? How are they going to react when they see cash discount on the receipt at a restaurant or added convenience fee? And honestly, I think that that's the norm. You know, I'll go to breweries and now see convenience fees added or cash discount. And I think people are more accepting about it because they understand that with COVID across the board was hard for everybody. And we all love our restaurants. We love, our bakeries, and some of these places are smaller shops and they need to recover from COVID. And as a community and an economy, I think that cash discount is really kind of where it's at.
It's fantastic. It's one of our panels at the summit. Lots of really fantastic information to be heard there, so please make sure you check that out. Alternative pricing, a couple years ago was a foreign concept. Now it is becoming, double digits now in the industry and what we're seeing out there, so more widely accepted, to your very eloquent point. And a lot of rules, but if you do it right, lots of upsides, tons of benefits. Awesome stuff. I guess, you're, being new to the company, I mean, what would be the one word that you would describe it? If you were, introducing this to somebody and somebody would have came to you and say, Clearent, what is Clearent? How is Clearent? How would you describe it in a word?
Team.
Nice. I like that. Team. That is right. It is.
Yeah.
It's a good team, right?
Yeah, I think that that's one thing that really makes me most excited about being at Clearent. And as crazy as our days can be, most of the time I could walk away from that day and be like, wow, I felt like I just ran a marathon, but I won because I worked together with my peers collaboratively, even our partners collaboratively. It's all hands on deck and it's like a family. I would either use family or team, to be honest. That when you're little and you're playing AYSO and you're in your first soccer game, and that great team feeling and that rush of adrenaline.
Yeah.
I get that, but I also get that it's a family. And I know that my partners have kids and how old they are. And, that's where the family part comes in. And you're really working with people that personally care about you and have the same common goals and interests in mind.
Fantastic. I love that. Yes, and you're right. It does feel like a big family, and that is one of the special things when you're finding a good partner, is people that actually are as invested in you as you are invested in your people. Becca, so many fantastic, amazing people talking today. What's the one thing, if there's something somebody should catch, a panel they should see, or someone they should talk to, what would you recommend?
I would say the one I'm on, Phil. No, I'm kidding. And that's the PayFac one if anyone's interested.
Very good.
But the keynote, definitely listen to, attend to that one. But yeah, definitely the keynote.
Excellent. Yeah, all good stuff. There's just, it's always hard to pick one, but excellent. Becca, thank you. Rebecca Corbin, our head of strategic partnerships, working with so many software vendors out there, helping them get board, or be successful, being a great player. So thankful that you took a few minutes to talk to us and introduce yourself out to all of our partners out there. So thank you so much, Rebecca. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and thanks for being here, everyone. I'm excited to talk with all of you today and get to know you a little bit more.
Fantastic. And for everybody who's listening, thanks so much. Keep on watching and listening. More great show, great information. It's out there. And as always, we appreciate you and your time. Talk soon, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the summit. Take care. Bye. Let's face it, the payment industry does not have the reputation for being the most transparent and forthcoming. In fact, for a long time, staying intentionally vague was actually a leading strategy. We believe that having knowledge and not sharing it isn't only unhelpful, but disingenuous. At Clearent, we believe that every partner and merchant should have the tools they need to make the best choice possible for their businesses. That's why we created Clearent EDU, a free online resource with podcasts, articles, videos, and more on a wide variety of topics for business owners, software vendors, and sales professionals. Because no one should be concerned if they know enough to make the right decision. Go to clearent.com/Clearent-EDU to listen and hear from experts all across the digital payments landscape. Clearent, built different.
Welcome back to the Clearent ISV Virtual Summit.
Next up, we'll be tackling one of the fastest growing trends in the payment industry today during our third panel called How to Launch a Surcharge, Cash Discount, or Non-Cash Adjustment Program that Increases Revenue.
That's right. You'll hear from a panel of payment experts as they discuss the differences between each program and how you can easily implement them right within your software.
Yeah, the goal is to make sure that you understand the differences between surcharging, cash discount, and non-cash adjustment programs, how you can make these programs available with a few simple lines of code in your software, and finally, how to help your customers successfully maintain programs online and in store.
As a reminder, panel discussion is pre-recorded and will feature a live Q&A at the conclusion of the session. If you haven't already, you might want to open up that Word document or other note-taking tools so that you can jot down your notes and questions for the panelists. Now let's get started.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to the Clearent ISV panel. This panel, I'm sure some of you have been waiting for. It is all about how to run an effective and compliant and just awesome surcharge, cash discount, NCA program, hybrid program as they're known out there, otherwise known as an alternative pricing program. They couldn't make that work in the titling, so I figured I'd just add some color to it. My name again is Phil Rickey. I am here today to talk about one of the fastest trending things in the industry space today. A lot of great information about this, a lot of confusion still, but it is growing like crazy. And with me is a panelist, a bunch of panels, who know this space through and through, deal with it every day, and are here to give you guidance, clarity, and some good executionable data to make decisions on for you and for your merchants. So let's introduce them and let's get after this. So number one, I'd like to introduce our Senior Vice President of Strategic Third-Party Relationships. Third-party relationships to include our card brands. Very important as we start talking about alternative pricing, lots of compliance, many rules. Mr. John Shipley. John, welcome to the panel today.
Thank you, Phil. Glad to be here.
Excellent, my friend. Also, one of our strategic partnership managers who works with all of you, helps out understanding the rules, putting it into action, has a great group of account managers that are going to be the ones that are your point of contact, quarterbacking great things, helping you along the process. Mr. Rich Cleaver, welcome, Mr. Cleaver.
Thank you, Phil. Happy to participate.
Fantastic, good sir. The next gentleman up is the director of our strategic partnerships. This gentleman, many years in the space, has been helping ISVs like you navigate through more than just alternative pricing, all of it, all the things you've heard come before in panels, understanding how to do the revenue the right way, how to structure deals, finding the right lanes, really walking you through the process and being that liaison to what you'd like to do and what you can do. Please welcome Mr. Anthony Jin. Thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you as well. Hope everyone's doing well.
You will do amazing. I have no doubts. And last but never least, she is in charge of the beautiful Delray Beach Sales Solutions Center. This is a partner that if you come and work with a Clearent, with Clearent specifically, but any business partner that you might choose, if you don't have one of these individuals, you are in short supply. Trust me. She works with all of the SDRs and AEs. They partner with all of you and all of the softwares, whether it's in conversions, whether it's new business. They learn software. They do so many things to really make that integration go to market a success. She's got a massive, an amazing amount of experience to talking about this. Please welcome to the panel, Miss Chelsea Trout. Welcome, Chelsea.
Thank you, Phil. Happy to be here.
Excellent. Okay. So, alternative pricing. I say alternative pricing because to keep saying over and over again, surcharge, cash discounting, NCA tie programs, convenience fees, service fees, blah, 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 blah. It is all about a rethinking of how you interact with your customers, merchants, right? To pass along costs and to reinvest money back into your business. But there's a lot more to it than just that. Mr. Shipley, if you'd be so kind, can you please do a much better job than I and walk us through alternative pricing? Give us the high level. Tell us all about it, please.
Sure, not a problem, Phil. And again, thanks for having me join the panel. And I welcome all of our ISV partners out there that are in attendance today. As we all know, if you've been in the industry in any length of time, there's always a variation out there about the way you approach pricing to the small business owner, the way you can pitch your products and solutions. There's been a lot of creative ways that have been created over the years. Some people have a flat fee pricing approach. Some people try to go with membership pricing programs. We had tiered rate structures and things of that nature. And the huge phenomenon that's been taking place in our industry over the last few years have been related to the cash discounting programs and variations that we've seen out there. Clearent, in the early stages of our program approach back in 2018, we used the service fee approach to cash discounting without having any level of surcharging components. And that was like in early 2018. Then around October of that same year, Visa came out and then they made an announcement that basically the service fee approach was highly prohibited. They used examples, they compared it to the petroleum industry. A lot of our consumers out there have been familiar in the petroleum space where you could pull up to the pump and you can see a cash price or a credit price. Clearent, looking at the approach from the small business owner's perspective, we wanted to create a solution that was all-encompassing of cash discounting as well as surcharging. And we also wanted to make sure we created something that the merchants could easily embrace. We could work with the card brands to maintain compliance and follow the structure and the guidelines as outlined based on what data has been available and prevalent in the market space. So in early Q1 of 2019, Clearent decided to launch what is now known as our Empower program. Basically, it combines the key elements of cash discounting and surcharging into one program, and that way it allows the merchants the ability to share their processing costs with their customers. We wanted to use the empowered approach because it empowers the merchant to be able to make decisions about their pricing structure, including what elements of cost they want to share with their customers. It also empowers the consumer to be able to make a decision themselves, at the point of sale, if they wish to pay with cash or if they wish to pay with another form of payment. So we continue to work with the card brands to evolve our solution because, again, one of the things that Clearent likes to provide is solutions that our merchants can easily embrace, things that our sales channels can quickly promote, and things that have value to our ISV partners and ISOs and others out in the industry.
I mean, that's fantastic. Thank you, John. That's a really, really good high level of how it all came to be. The history of it's absolutely fascinating when you really think about it and you look over the past. I mean, there's so many of these programs have been around for decades, but they've gone through so many iterations. But this one specifically has really only been around for a few years. So let's demystify a couple of things, right? Everyone says cash discount. Cash discount's almost been like the catch-all bin for all of these programs now. People say you got a cash discount program. And really what they're asking is, do you have an NCA type program, or do you have a surcharge program? Because they just taken all of these things together. So, I mean, to kind of lay this out, John, you've got cash discount, which is a lane, surcharging, NCA type programs, convenience fees. Can you kind of give us a mini breakdown of what's the difference between these things? Because everyone's sitting there going, yeah, but what is it? Like, it's great. What is it? What can you give us a high level of that for us for a second?
Yeah, definitely. And actually, that's one of the key things that still is mysterious throughout the organization, because there's a lot of different flavors of approach when you start to define what's the difference between a cash discount and a non-cash adjustment and a surcharge. I think Clearent is one of the thought leaders that we've done a very good job working with our marketing teams and our sales channels to kind of lay out the clear distinctions between those programs. Now, true cash discounting is just exactly that. It's a discount off of the listed and stated price. So basically, you see a published price when you get to the register. If you decide to pay with cash, then something is removed from that cost that you see that's visible. It's true cash discounting in the simplest of forms. That's all it is. It's basically the cost of payment acceptance has already been covered in whatever those inventory prices are, and the merchant has decided, I'm going to give you a discount because you're using a cash form of payment. Non-cash adjustment, on the other hand, is more of an additional fee of cost acceptance, not to exceed no more than 4%, that's been added to the inventory costs, and the merchant has to display their cash and credit prices, so that way the consumer is aware of what the differences are. And then if you present a card form of payment, and again, when I say card form of payment, it can be any type of card form of payment other than PIN debit at the register, then there's what we call a non-cash adjustment that's made to that transaction. Then when you get into the lane and the discussion about surcharging is an additional fee that's added at the register based on the price that you've been presented as the consumer. Surcharging comes along with additional requirements and criteria. Not all 50 states accept the surcharging approach. There's actually 6 that don't allow surcharging, and those conversations continue to evolve from a legislative perspective because not all states understand surcharging. They've weighed in quite a bit. New York is one of the key states that, from time to time have a lot of requirements that put around it. But at the same time, as long as you're following the parameters that you're given, listed, credit and debit prices listed, cash and credit prices listed, then basically you can remain compliant. In our program, we work to make sure that not only our training materials, our sales training materials, and as well as our card brand status updates are maintained throughout the course of the program. It's not one of those pricing programs that you just set it and forget about it. You continually have to evolve the program and the solution based on the needs of the market, based on the needs of your sales partner relationships, because you want to make sure that we remain at the forefront of the solution and what's available. You will start to see, as we separate the lanes of the product, that you understand that NCA is very similar in fashion to surcharging based on the way that we've structured the criteria. The reason for that, Phil, is the fact that when you start getting involved with the card brands, primarily let's use Visa as the example, they're going to monitor, determine what you're doing as it relates to their card base, and if you're actually surcharging on a solution, and they want to check to see if the surcharging is only allowed on a credit transaction. Let's be clear with that off top. So they're going to monitor the situation, and if there's a complaint from a cardholder, the first thing they're going to check for is to find out, was it on a debit card or a credit card type transaction? Then the next thing they're going to check for is to find out if the merchant has enrolled to their surcharging program, which is one of the criteria that we have as part of our program, that if you're a part of the Empower program, all of the merchants are required to enlist or enroll with Visa and MasterCard to let them know that you do plan to offer surcharging as a component of your business practices. And then from there, you continue to comply with signage requirements. We want to make sure that there's full disclosure because the worst thing that you can have as a business owner is an upset consumer because they were not aware of what pricing programs you have available. It's just like going to a store and looking for a sale item, but no one told you anything was on sale.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point to just harp on for 1 second, Chip, is that so much that comes through from consumer complaints. So for anybody that's sitting out there and your head's already swimming because you're like, this seems like a lot. The reason why it's a lot is it all originates with a consumer complaint. The number one reason for a consumer complaint isn't that you've charged me a fee. It's I didn't know you were charging me a fee. And I found out after the fact, and I'm mad because that's shady. So I have this methodology. And that's literally, without exaggeration, the number one reason why consumers make a complaint is because you, as the partner, or your customers, as the merchants, didn't follow the very expressly written guidance of disclosures, right? And that's where the problems lie. People who run compliant programs, and I love that word, people who run compliant programs don't get letters. They don't get in trouble because they're doing what they're supposed to do. It's an open, honest discourse with customers. But let's stop for a second. One last thing, Chip, before I bring in all the other panelists on this. Compliant. I love the age-old rule. I always used to say, and all the old salty vets who have been in the payment space will laugh at this, which is you can always tell if your payments person is worth the weight that they think they are, is if they understand the difference between laws and rules, right? So states have laws. Who has the rules, Chip? Who's managing the rules of these programs?
The card brands manage the rules of the programs. And if a lot of people are not familiar with this, the card brand's primary focus is on the card holder, the card issuing side. The card brands are the ones that create the rewards programs and all of these incentives toward the cardholder's utilization. The acquiring space and the merchant population that we're supporting are the ones that catch the brunt of some of the initiatives that they enact or put in place. So we want to make sure that we are compliant with the rules that we are given to navigate our program, but we also want to make sure we keep the lines of communication open between Clearent and the card brands, because as they make decisions and changes internally at the card brands, we have to be able to be quick to respond and be able to modify or tweak wherever necessary, so that way we can maintain a consistently flowing and profitable program for us and our partners that have joined Clearent to bring more business to the portfolio.
That's right. So, so one of the big things that I think is it's really important to understand between rules and laws are, Chip, back, like, tell me if I'm wrong with this, with a law, there's actual legal ramifications, right? Like you can be actually sued. You could actually get punitive damage. There could be civil cases that are brought against you. That's when you don't follow the law. When you don't follow the rule, yes, there's a fine structure that Visa can impose on you. They have the ability. You sign an agreement when you sign up for any kind of credit card processing. You sign an agreement, right? So you are basically subjecting yourself to their rules and their fines if they have them. But there's no Visa cop. They're not going to come out and put you in chains. You're not going to get drug away to the courthouse. Like, that's not how it works. So you have to follow the rules, because the worst thing Visa can do for you is turn you off, and then you can't use Visa or MasterCard or Amex or whatever again. The worst thing a law can do is actually, there's not a lot of like punitive as much as like court, getting put away kind of thing. But there are definitely the ability to be sued for damages and things like that. So you have to understand the difference between laws and rules. These programs do have both laws and rules, and partnering with somebody that understands the two, pretty important, right, Chip?
It is. And let's just give you a little tidbit of information. So the card brands continually monitor usage in the acquiring space and as well as the activity from their cardholders. So to give you an example, maybe less than 4% of complaints that have come through related to cash discounting and surcharging programs have hit one particular card brand member. So That's less than 4%. And again, these programs have been out there for the last 2 to 3 years. So less than 4%. And the other number that's out there is that they view it as an at-risk opportunity, is that they're saying that about 8.1 billion volume annually is suspect to be surcharged. It hasn't been currently right now. We have a good, maybe they're saying about maybe 18 to 20% of merchants are currently surcharging right now, but they said there's a potential of an additional 8.1 billion annual volume that's available for surcharging. They look at that as a concern. I look at it as an opportunity. It's an opportunity for those merchants to be able to pass through their cost of acceptance so they can provide additional values to their consumers.
Which is a beautiful segue. It's like you knew this was going to come, right? So all of these rules, now that everyone is petrified, Rich Cleaver, why would we want to do this? Why would a software vendor want to facilitate a program like this? Talk to us.
That's a great question, Phil, and welcome to all our current and future partners. So software companies are really looking, probably now more than ever, add value for their customers and their customers' customers, and increase efficiencies. And what we're seeing, and partially because of the situation, I think partially just because increased adoption leads to increased adoption, right? We are seeing a lot more of this product, a lot more demand for this product, even from partners that had originally kind of bypassed it. We're seeing a lot more demand in the market. So there are lots of partners and merchants that don't want to be first or maybe even second, but now that they see it, in use in their neighborhoods and in their market area, now it's getting interesting, right? They want to do it. So really any software company, given the knowledge, could go out and do this on their own, but there's a huge benefit in working with an experienced partner like Clearent. We've got, as John and Phil had mentioned, we've got a lot of history with this type of product. We've learned, we've stubbed our toe a few times, and we've learned from that. So we've got that experience and those best practices to go on. So we can really help facilitate implementation and take a lot of the work workload off of you. So we do things like help you choose the best program for your company and the market that you're selling in. So John mentioned there's really kind of 3 flavors. We'll help you determine which is best for your customers, how to offer them, how to implement them. Might be a mix and match within your portfolio depending on how you go to market. We've got a set of API specifications that help you stand up your program and your offering very quickly. You'll be responsible, obviously, for the user interface. You want to control that, but we'll help you with all the options that are available to best meet your needs and the needs of your customer as you go to market. And again, there's been a lot of talk about compliance. We will help you make sure that you're compliant with the card brand regulations. We've got a lot of experience. We've got an ongoing dialogue with the card brands. So we'll help make sure, provide you and your customers with all the tools that they need to be compliant, education and signage, and even the way that the product is constructed to make sure that they're compliant. And we also, as I said, we've got an ongoing dialogue. So it's not like they're saying, hey, this is the way you do it and that's it. We're feeding them information back on what we're seeing in the market and how we think their programs could be best rolled out to merchants and integrated partners. And I also say that we provide education, which is key. Phil mentioned this, and John, as far as the complaints, educating the merchants and the consumers is really key. And we've got lots of marketing material for merchants and for merchants to educate their customers so that they understand the benefits of the program, that it's all it's all above board, and they've got choices. They're giving them choices. So that allows you to take a very consultative approach with your customers, your potential customers, as you're rolling it out, and they understand all the potential issues and the benefits of the program going in.
Yeah, really awesome statistic, Rich, that I think is important to hear about is when the program first started, there was about a recidivism rate. So basically, recidivism in this case is where somebody came into a alternative pricing program like an NCA or a cash discount, and then did it for a short while, less than 38 days. That was the magic number, 38 days. Why 38 days? I don't know. 38 days. we would have about 22% of the portfolio would revert, would go back to a traditional pricing program because they got a customer complaint, because there was something wrong. The customer didn't like it. There was pushback. Once we did some research and we started asking why, what we found is, to Rich's point, it's education. So we created an entire Rolodex of merchant training, different resources that not only did you sell it to the owner, to the business owner, but you would teach it to their staff. And then as soon as you got a chance to teach it to their staff, right, and help them out, we saw that recidivism go from, like I said, 20+% to now sub 4. And what you're seeing is it's not a race away, and that's a full attrition number too. This is just natural ebbs and flows of business. So it is a very sticky program, right? Which leads me into another question, which is, hey, Mr. Jin, I have a question for you. I mean, you're talking to businesses all over. You've been talking to ISVs about things for a long time. What conversations are you having about surcharge, cash discount programs with the new partners, the ones that are already coming in that you've already been doing, and what are some of the challenges they're encountering?
Yeah, great question. Everybody loves the program, loves the idea, right? Have some concerns. Everybody's mentioning it's definitely a hot topic, and it's all about helping them know about the problem and what's involved in doing it the right way. Okay, as people have mentioned, the benefits are obvious. The merchants are going to save money on rates and fees. Partners have an opportunity to make more money on the residuals and the revenue share portion. So everyone's on board, saving merchants more money, making more money for themselves also. But the flip side is there is some concern, as everyone's mentioned, about customers being upset. Will this merchant lose money or lose business? And, who carries cash now? Is that choice to purchase something at that point in time and walk out the door? So we're definitely having the conversations, but we're changing the conversations. So partners are always interested in adding value and in new programs and solutions that's going to help their customers save money on the credit card portion of the business. But they're also looking to add new feature functionality to their product as well. That's just the name of the game with a competitive marketplace in software sales. So the partners get it. So they've been monetizing payments for a long time. And people understand there's a lot of value in the partner residual piece, so they get it. So there's definitely that focus there, and there's definitely a lot of excitement around it. Okay, so what had happened previously with the residual piece? We're talking about a lot of conversations and folks saying, well, tell me what your residuals are. How do you pay out revenue share? Everyone has the same conversation about percentage payouts and then buy rates. But what we talk about, and it dovetails a lot with the surcharge and the cash discount programs, which is critically important, is customer adoption and pricing the merchant correctly. Okay. Looking at a traditional program, merchant programs, this involves converting a merchant from one provider to the next. We sign up a new partner, we bring them over, and they want all their customers to use us for various reasons, made a conscientious decision to partner with Clearent. Now, when you do that, it's going to require the merchant from switching from one provider to the next, and to give the merchant some form of financial incentive to switch over. So this results in better pricing, thinner margins, less profit for everybody. But this goes away with the surcharge and the cash discount program. Okay, so it's a win-win situation. So who loses? So with the program, as everyone's mentioned before, we've been doing this for about a year and a half now, a little bit more than that. We haven't seen any drop off in volume. We haven't seen a guy go from traditional to surcharge and then lose volume, lose business. So the data is there and the consumers are willing to pay the fees. Now, from a technical integration perspective, what's involved, right? How difficult is this going to be? I've never heard about it before. You're the first guy to bring this to me, which is great. So we tell them, hey, look, you're going to go through the same effort in integrating to us on the front end. You're going to go through, as an example, our Clearent Cloud EMV integration itself. So in addition to that, you're going to add a couple lines of code, adding some designators as service fee so that we can identify it and process it properly, as well as show it on the receipt properly. So part of the disclosure that you guys are all talking about. Identical to the care and thought that we put in creating and delivering our integration APIs and the methodology involved. This is just an extension of how we do things at Clearent.
And it really is that simple. You've seen so many partners, right, Anthony, that have come on now that have started adopting these programs, and it doesn't delay the onboarding process, doesn't complicate it. It moves straight through like it would with a customer that didn't do this, correct?
Correct.
So that's not the pitfall. So Rich, what's the pitfalls?
Yeah, I'd say there are probably three. So the first one you already mentioned, and that's really recidivism, right? So that's everybody, as Anthony mentioned, everyone loves the program, right? The merchant says, hey, I'm gonna save all my fees, right? It's great, everything's great. If that's all they do and just kind of roll it out without the education and laying that groundwork, that's when you see, okay, my customers are rejecting it. It's not working. I don't understand the reporting. It's not working out. So that upfront education is key to make sure that the adoption sticks, frankly, right? And everyone's happy going forward. So that's one. The other one is there are some rules and laws around the program that need, there's certain rails that we need to stay inside. So not having the appropriate controls in place, obviously, then puts the merchant at risk from ramifications, fines from the card brands, and so forth. And then not fully disclosing the fee structure. That's very critical up front for the consumer. First of all, for the consumer at the point of interaction to understand what's going to happen financially and what the choices that they have to make there. And then obviously, if something does go wrong and it gets reported, then it puts the merchant at risk of potential financial penalties.
Yeah. So to summate that, right? And what you're saying is the pitfalls are don't do it right, and you could have problems, right? Yeah. Yep. So the win on that one then, Chelsea, is do it right and do it with people who know what they're talking about, right? So that they can stay out of trouble. So from a practical standpoint, all this sounds good. This is a lot of information. I'm sure people's heads are swelling. But from an actual implementation, from an actual conversation with a merchant, what does this sound like?
Yeah, so I think just to backtrack before we get into that, I think the first thing is making sure that you're working with a processor that has a sales team that is educated on this type of program. And I think the reason that's important is because, and everybody has mentioned it, there's options within this program. So we bundled it as Empower to empower the customer to be able to make a decision on which program is best for them. And so even as the ISV, you'll need to be able to make a decision up front on which program or programs are best to offer your software customer base. I think having, like I said, having a sales team that understands the program more thoroughly is going to help downline. And I'll explain a little bit why. But the first thing we have to think about is vertical. So what vertical do you play in today? We've seen this work across almost every vertical, dependent on how you offer the program. So that could be restaurant, field services, medical billing, insurance billing. So there's a variety of different verticals that it will work in, but aligning that program with that vertical is going to be important, or the type of customer base that you currently have. And then I think the second piece of that is determine the flexibility versus control that you like to have over the program as it relates to the integration in your software. And the reason I say this is because as a sales organization that understands this particular solution, you're going to have merchant interactions where you're going to have those customers that say, yes, absolutely, I'd love to have this program. And then you're going to have scenarios where a customer may say, and it might be the outlier to your organization and your general population of customers, but they may say, hey, this won't work for me because I have a few high value customers that I would never want this fee to be applicable to, or I would never want to set them up on this type of program. And the merchant interacting with the sales representative might say the same because they have a different perception on their business than we may originally have thought. And so when I talk about flexibility and control, we have ISVs today that operate in this space so that utilize either a surcharge, cash discount, or non-cash adjustment program, but they have the ability to turn it on and off. Well, they have the ability to turn it off by customer. Their customers have the ability to turn it off, on and off by customer. And so you're giving not just the ability to say, do you want this program or not? And then here's an alternative solution to that. If you don't, you're also giving your customer the ability to control that experience based on customer. And I think that that's important because as we think about, like I said, your population of your customers, we would never want to reduce adoption. And Anthony touched on this. We would never want to reduce adoption of payment in the base because of a program that may not be one size fits all. And so those are two things I wanted to focus on first. And I think that in those conversations, when we talk about educated sales reps, they are going to, one, be able to walk through the lanes that are available. So what options are available within this Empower umbrella based on the way the integration was set up? Number two, educate. So educating the customer on what this means, not just to their consumer, so that, and everybody's touched on it a little bit, not just to their consumer, what is that point of sale interaction like, whether it's via invoice, how do they view that invoice? What does that mean to their customer? What language is on there? Or if I'm face-to-face, how am I interacting with that consumer at point of sale to explain the program? But I think number two, when we talk about education, allowing that merchant to understand then from reconciliation. So when I receive my bill, what will that look like? If I'm offering a surcharge program, how do my customers interact with their statement? So if I'm surcharging on an invoice, as an example, for a certain percentage, and then I look at my processor statement, why am I still being billed? To be able to explain to them, because you've collected the surcharge already, right? So you've already collected the amount to cover the costs. And so those are going to be components of the conversation that don't just happen up front with the ISV, but happen downline as we're talking to that merchant, to be able to say, these are all of the items that you're going to need to look out for, and things that will potentially change in your, what you typically have seen with your current provider versus with moving over to this new pricing scheme, right? So, merchant implementation becomes easy because the right conversations are happening up front, if that makes sense.
No, that makes total sense. And the reality is, guys, I mean, if we could just bring it back for a second, we've said 3 programs, right? So you True Cash Discount, NCA, and then you got surcharging, right? And then there's also convenience fees for the e-com space, service fees, which, by the way, for the record, service fees are actually government municipality programs, or very, very specific educational programs, which is one of the big reasons why Visa lost their minds when people started calling cash discount service fees. Just a fun little trivia Friday night question for you. But the reality set is that, to what Chelsea just said, and what everyone's been saying to you, is that there's nuance. Like everything else you've listened to so far today and will probably still hear, even though there's different ways to do something, there's a lot of different ways to do it based on how you're set up and how you want your customer to experience it, and how your merchants want their customers to experience it. The key thing is this. I think there's a few things that I would hold on to. Number one is this. COVID has hurt a lot of people, which has made everybody really interested in ways to help reinvest in their business. That opened up the door for a lot more conversations. When you think about the way credit cards work, I go away every year. I'm sure some of you do too. And this magical thing called I won't throw out some free advertising. We'll say that card that I have provides me so many said points, right? And so many said points goes to such site, and I go in and I order tickets, or I get free whatever. I get gift cards. I can go Christmas shopping. Doesn't matter. I get paid back for using this loyalty for this card. What everyone needs to understand, what all of you watching need to understand, is the vast majority of those programs are paid on the backs of your merchants. The banks that are running out those fees that they place on those interchange costs, the vast majority of those fees pay for the rewards programs, right? And then they add APR on top of it and they rake in lots of money, right? That's all the beauty. That's why grandmas get credit cards. And that's how it works in the world, right? So the question that every one of these merchants that have really moved to it, and everyone's right, in the beginning, everyone was scared to be the first. Well, guess what? There's safety in numbers. There's a lot of numbers of people doing this now. And the reason why is because, merchants are tired of paying for my vacation, your kids' Christmas gifts, and especially now that they're really, really struggling. So every day this program continues to get adopted. COVID definitely is spurning it forward. I'm pretty sure, Anthony could tell you from all of his conversations, the reason why so many partners are interested in sitting down is they're trying to find ways to help their merchants recoup costs. Right, Anthony?
Oh, absolutely. And then, again, everyone's working really hard also just to help keep their business, help them stay in business. Lower cost, divert those expenses somewhere else, or the profit somewhere else. Yep. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think what it always trends back to with these programs is like everything else you've heard us say today. And John, tell me if I'm off base by saying this, is that there's fast, there's easy, and then there's right. And you can work with a lot of different partners who can move fast and make it easy, but that doesn't mean they're right. And we try to move fast and do it right, but sometimes it isn't always easy. Is that a fair way to explain it?
That is a fair way to explain it, most definitely.
Right. So, guys, I think the thing is, I want you to find a partner. I want you not to be afraid of these programs. And I want you to find a partner that'll educate your merchants, will help you understand what lanes you belong to, will help you understand what is the right fit, will give you that coaching and guidance on, what maybe if you are going to really do this, maybe you aren't going to fit into one program but fit another. Maybe that's a little bit more development on your side, but it ends up being worth it. You need a partner that's not afraid to tell you that they're going to do that. And I think that's really, really important. Chelsea, from a sales perspective, how many stories could you tell about merchants that have done this and have been grateful for it once they got that first statement or second statement? Just from your experience and your sellers.
Yeah, good question. So I would, to what everybody said, we have seen less and less people reverting back to a traditional pricing program. And as you talked about COVID a little bit, the impact that it can have on someone's business could mean staying open or closing their doors. And so the feedback that we've gotten, because the program has been done right, we've educated the merchants up front, we've ensured that they're set up on the right program, has been significantly more positive than you typically would have an interaction about price with a processor, because they are seeing all of that money to reinvest back in their business. We had a merchant and they were, doing hundreds of $1,000s a month, and they moved over to this program and their bill at the end of the month was $17. And so as you can imagine, a customer of that size able to reinvest most likely thousands of dollars in processing fees back into their business, it's just game changing. So definitely positive on our side. If it wasn't, we still wouldn't be selling it. So
yeah, it's so right. And someone made a comment to me a long time ago. They go, what? How does 2 to 3%, how does that help a business owner so much? It's 2 to 3%. And my whole response to that is, what does an employee cost, right? Think about a job, right? Think about that for a second. An average person in a service field that may be a $35,000 employee. And if your processing costs are $40,000-$50,000, you just kept somebody working, right? Like you just, or maybe even added to your staff, to try to make more money and expand your pie. So to me, it's not a matter of how much is it. It's an amount of money that you can put back into your business, and it makes logical sense. So why aren't we having the conversation, right? We're trying to be consultants to you just as you're trying to be consultants to them. So that is, I think it's a good conversation, guys. I feel like we could sit around and talk about like alternative pricing for hours, because there are so many little crooks and crevices within it. And, if you ever wanted to have the most best sleep of your life, just get with John Shipley and I when we start talking about compliance programs within alternative pricing, and that'll put you right to sleep. I know my wife has been lulled to sleep many nights from listening to me talk about alternative pricing compliance programs. It's very exciting stuff, but a lot of value. Listen, bottom of my heart, this is a good one. Thank you so much for taking the time. Anthony Jin, John Shipley, Chelsea Trout, Rich Cleaver, you guys are titans in your field. I appreciate you so much for taking the time and talking with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. All right, everybody, real quick. We're not done yet. You think we might be, but we're not. More is still to come. Remember, these amazing people are waiting for your questions. They are live. You'll see the link to the chat. Get in there, ask questions. I know you have questions on this. Trust me, I know you do. It's okay. Ask them. They're not afraid of them. Go in, ask the questions. Don't forget, between now and the panel, there'll be some good stuff, some more interviews, things to listen to, and the next panel will be starting shortly. Until then, thank you so much for your attendance and time. Thank you for your attendance and knowledge, and we will see you all very soon. Thanks so much, everybody.
Every day, entrepreneurs count on you to help them run their businesses efficiently so they can positively impact their community, inspire the next generation, turn their dreams into a reality. Join the thousands of businesses that count on us every day so you can help your customers reliably process transactions online, in-store, or curbside, while you protect sensitive data with leading security technologies, all through one simple developer-friendly integration. You will also gain access to a dedicated team of experts that will help you remove barriers so you can support more customers and boost residuals. For a truly integrated payment experience built to help you grow, contact Clearent. Go to clearent.com/ISV and find out more information on how it all works. Clearent. Built different. Hey everybody, and welcome to the Clearent ISV Radio Network. My name's Phil Ricky, your host, and this is a little Clearent Connects Minute where we get an opportunity to sit down and talk to some of our fine panelists and get to know them a little bit better. So we're going to go out to the floor and we're going to have a conversation with our good friend, one of our directors of all things strategic partnerships, Mr. Anthony Jin. Mr. Jin, how are you today, sir?
I'm doing very well, Phil. Thank you. How about yourself?
Man, I am doing great. How are you enjoying the summit so far?
Non-stop excitement, a lot of questions, a lot of excitement.
Awesome. Love it. That's really good to hear. All right, man. Well, this is an opportunity for everybody that's out there to get to know you a little bit. Now, I know that you've only been with Clearent for about a year now, right? You came in right at the start of 2020. Great time of year to make a jump in moves here in such a fantastic year of 2020. So tell us a little about you. Who are you? What do you do at Clearent? And give us a little background on you.
Yeah, no problem. So Anthony Jin, Director of Business Development, specializing in ISV partnerships. As you had mentioned, been here for a short time. Officially, it was beginning of February of this year.
Wow.
Remote employee, working from my home in the greater Phoenix Metroplex area. And, really, I serve as the primary role is a hunter role. So my job is to go out and look for strategic partners to become referral and marketing entities and, get them to do integrations and bring us their, utilize our services and our technology for their customers for integrated payment processing services.
Fantastic. And in that role, I mean, you just get to talk to a bunch of different entrepreneurs and people that have really built up something special along the way. So you get to see just a ton of different people at different stages in their businesses, right?
Absolutely. Work with, over the many years that I've been doing this job and, real specifically now with Clearent, working with all types of customers in different vertical markets. Mm-hmm. But work with companies been in business for family-owned software companies, real successful for 25, 30, been in business 25 years and a ton of new startups with the app-based technology out there. So a lot of exciting things going on in the marketplace.
Fantastic. Well, listen, I mean, Clearent, for you, it's still relatively new, and you've got lots of experience in the industry. Tell us a little bit about Clearent from your perspective. How would you describe it to others?
Well, what we got here is really interesting. From my background, I did work in two very different type of companies, and what Clearent is definitely a smaller, nimble, more focused organization. Mm-hmm. Really strong, super strong from a product and innovative technical offering, and then we also got this wonderful group of professionals that are really responsive to our merchant services needs and providing great support and services to get them up and running.
Fantastic. So what actually brought you to Clearent? What was it that made us different, that made you want to come over and take all that wonderful experience and come here?
Well, as I mentioned, I'm going to use the term, smaller, nimble, focused a lot because that is really a key to being successful, what I believe in this space. So, definitely smaller, more personal company. Give my opportunity for my input and my contributions to really make a greater impact. Worked for a smaller company before and it really got excited about the way that the company grew from an exponential standpoint. Mm-hmm. And that was really due to commitment from leadership all the way down to the everybody in the organization. And I just really enjoy participating in the success and growth of the company and the people around me.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And it is, I always like to say I've been with Clearent for a little bit longer than you, about 3.5 years or so. And one of the things that got me here was just that it just feels like a big family. Like everyone's really all committed to making things work, but you're big enough to make it happen, but small enough to be nimble enough. And I like that. That's a really good way. Anthony, what about you? What do you enjoy when you're not doing Clearent? What does Anthony Jin like to do?
Well, as I've been doing this a long time, I've been married 27 plus years now, and so there's a lot of time I spend is actually family oriented time. Have a great family, have an extended family where we do a lot of things on the weekend together, as you can imagine, being out here in the Phoenix area. It's pretty warm. Play a lot of golf out this way. I do. I'm a history buff as well. So anything U.S. military history, you can pretty much get my attention.
That's awesome. That's awesome. What do you like the most about that? Is it the equipment? Is it the actual campaigns? What do you enjoy about that?
Well, I think it's really the lessons that we learned. And in seeing where the problem was and why the conflict existed, and then what were the actions that were taken, and then what did we learn from the end point?
Absolutely. That's good not only for life lessons, but that's actually fantastic for business ones as well, right? That's all we end up doing is helping people learn from past mistakes to make better future choices. So that's interesting. That's good stuff. I enjoy a lot of military stuff myself. My wife and I both served, and we hearing and watching some of those conflicts that came and gone, and seeing how we overcame. I agree. I think that's fantastic stuff. And I guess my question I have for you about this is, what are you the most excited about working at Clearent? Like, what is it when you get up every day? Is there something in the market that you see? Is there something over the next 12, 24 months or something? Like, what do you really see out there that gets you excited?
Well, overall, when I wake up in the morning, I'm looking forward to being successful.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that, from an organization standpoint, from an industry standpoint, it's really, one, I want to use my experience and my skill set to help make the organization and the people around me better, and as well as giving me an opportunity to grow as a person.
Right.
What excites me a lot about the Clearent offering and the way that we approach the marketplace is that we're bringing a specialized and personalized approach to the solutions and the technology and the services to our partners and to their customers.
Right.
We're finding ways to remove a lot of the barriers in order to make a really complex solution and a complex services real simple and easy. I've always felt that the success of an organization is when a company outside can say, I like working with your organization because you make it easy for me to work with you.
Yeah, that's a great testament. That is a good bar to hold it, right? I shouldn't have to work harder at this than you are, 100%. Well, I'll ask you this question, just to close up. There's a lot of really brilliant, intelligent people in the summit today talking, sharing great experiences. If there was one person that you would say to everybody listening, hey, you really want to know, this person, listen to what they're saying, ask that person questions, pick their brain even more, who would that individual be?
Wow, that's a real loaded question. I'm very glad at the risk of offending some folks. We got a lot of great product people.
Yeah.
And I would probably vector people towards the product folks to learn about the things that we do so differently than everybody else.
Yeah. No, that's good. I don't think you could offend anyone, man. It's just a wealth of riches of great talent here. So that is fantastic. Well, listen, I know you got to get back. I know you got a lot of people vying for your time, and we are ridiculously grateful you took a few moments to talk to us. Anthony, Jen, if you guys want to talk to Anthony, make sure you ask lots of questions, tons of experience and knowledge. And Anthony, we'll let you get back, and thank you so much for taking a few minutes to talk to us today. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely, my pleasure. Thanks so much. Have a great day. We'll catch up with you later.
Sounds great. All right, everybody, stay tuned. More to come. Keep in tight. Wait for your next panel. Or thank you for listening. Have a good one, and we will all connect very soon. Take care. Is your company investment grade? That's the question that every business owner, investor, and employee should be asking before they sink any time, energy, or cash into an organization. In 17 reasons your company is not investment grade and what to do about it, Zane Terrence, an investment banker, serial entrepreneur, and a friend to Clearent, describes the 17 interrelated characteristics that make a company investment worthy. Want to secure your free copy? Clearent is giving away one free book to the first 10 attendees that ask a question after our final panel, focused on, you guessed it, the secret to nailing your exit strategy with integrated payments. We'll see you there.
Welcome back to the Clearent ISV Virtual Summit. There's been some great information shared today, and we're not quite done yet. We're excited to kick off the last panel of the day called The Secret to Nailing Your Exit Strategy with Integrated Payments.
A completely important topic for sure. And our panel is going to focus on the ways that you can use your payment integration to raise the highest amount of capital possible and increase the value for both customers and shareholders alike.
You'll learn to understand how you can raise VC through payment-driven recurring revenue, learn which strategies create the most value for investors, and hear how to position your business for the best possible evaluation.
Now, as a reminder, these panels are pre-recorded, but there is a live Q&A after at the conclusion of the panel. So if you haven't yet, get the Word document up, grab the old Palm Pilot out of the closet with the stylus, get your notes down, jot them out there, and make sure you're ready for the panelists afterwards.
Now let's get started.
Hey everybody, and thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. Welcome to the last panel of the summit. Again, my name is Phil Rickey. I'm the Vice President of Marketing Sales Enablement here at Clearent, and I am moderating this final panel, which is all about how to prepare yourself for a strategic exit. Get yourself ready for it. Be seen. Get noticed. All of those wonderful things that we all dream about. Of being able to grow our business to such a wonderful level of both success and reputation that investors and other entities want to come over and help you all along in that journey. So who better than to talk about this with in a panel of brilliant-minded merger and acquisition and payment experts that really understand this game really well. Let me introduce them to you. First off, he is our Senior Vice President of Corporate Development. Been in the game for a bit there, really working with businesses, helping them along, and actually leading the charge in some great mergers and acquisitions. His name is Scott Morris. Welcome, Scott. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks, Phil. Good to be here.
Excellent. His sidekick partner in crime. He's a young whippersnapper, but he knows how to make data do magical things. He's done some of the best research I've ever seen. Please give it up for our corporate development manager, Mr. Noah Fitzsimmons. How are you, Noah? How's it going, sir?
Doing very well, Phil. Thanks for having me.
Fantastic. And then last but not least, our payment statesman of the group. He's built his own software. He's had his own ISO. He's done so many of the things that you are all going to talk about. And he's been a part of these things, both on the side of a business going in and building up and going, and now also helping other businesses grow and go as well. He's our Vice President of Strategic Partnerships, Mr. Mark Pacifione. Hello, good sir. How are you today?
Great, Phil. Nice to see you again.
All right. Let's do this.
final conversation. Everyone's been so wonderful attending, asking fantastic questions. And this one, a lot of people, gentlemen, were really, really fascinated by this. Exit strategy means a lot of things for a lot of different people, depending on where they are, what they're doing, what their dreams are, what their goals are. And it's critical no matter really what approach you're taking and where you are in that journey, whether it's, venture capital, going IPO, or it's simple acquisition. Not that that's simple. So we're going to really dive into that. Scott, let's start with you. What does it mean to all these leaders of software companies when they decide that they're ready to make an exit? What does that actually mean?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's the one all these business leaders will start with. And, I'd say typically it involves thinking about taking some risk off the table or just getting value for your baby, that you've worked so hard to create. Oftentimes, founders, board members, senior leaders of an organization are just looking for ways to monetize. But another reason that it could happen is that you just need growth capital. You need to be part of a bigger organization to get access to those resources, to get access to those dollars, just to get access to greater mind share. So, a good exit strategy is a strategic plan that lets these entrepreneurial leaders sell their full or part of their ownership to another company and supports a lot of the things that we're talking about. I'd say a lot of the ISVs that we see are really good at software development or really good at sales. Most of them aren't good at both, and it's not because they're not capable of it. It's just they run out of resources.
Yeah, and that makes a ton of sense. And you know what, if you think about this, entrepreneurship, regardless if it's in software design or even if it's just small businesses, that what you just said makes a ton of sense, right? It runs along the same path. I can't tell you how many people I've met throughout the years that are amazing mechanics, but when it comes time to like doing the books, right, and being able to manage the business, not so much. I think that's true, right? And I think that there's a passion on either side of the ball, and most people are good at one or two of those passions. But you talk about like strategies, strategic exit, different ways to look at it. So Noah, let me ask you this question. What are some of the most common strategies, right? What would drive a software company to leave one way or the other?
Yeah, that really depends on what the existing shareholders' objectives are, what they're trying to accomplish. But I think the three paths that I can run through very quickly that are most common. The first is actually less common than I think people realize, which is the IPO. We'll talk about it real quick. It's a long, arduous process. You have to reach a certain scale, and it's just something that most companies are not going to go through for all the reasons that Scott talked about why you pursue an exit. A lot of times the natural fit is not to be a public company. So putting that one aside, we think about things either in terms of a minority sale or a majority sale, sometimes called a recap. In a minority transaction, the existing shareholders are going to remain the largest shareholders. So you're only selling a small part of your business. And that gives you different options and flexibility. If you're really just looking for growth capital, as Scott referred to, then that's a great way to go because you can bring in some new money. You can bring in some expertise, perhaps in the form of new investors, but you get to stay at the helm of your business and you get to, continue down the path that you started on. A full sale may or may not include some of those benefits, depending really on what the buyer is looking for and what the seller is looking for. So in a full sale, obviously you're giving up your control of your company. And so you will have to answer to a majority shareholder, but there's certainly cases where management will remain with the business and will continue pursuing their strategy. And when I say full sale, a lot of times management actually will retain some ownership. It just allows them to take some money off the table, or just give up some of the control in exchange for what tends to be larger check.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, and it gives, gives you the ability to still move forward and have some say and stake in it, but takes a little, like you said, the risk away. But can we double back to IPO real quick for a minute? Because I'm just going to tell you, there's a lot of people here. I listen to this a lot too when I talk to partners. A lot of partners get enamored with IPO, right? Can you talk a little bit, and Scott, Noah, please, I mean, you guys both have so much experience with this. Like, talk to me about what does it take to do an IPO? Because this is like not an easy thing, right? Like, can you guys roll that out a little bit?
For sure. I mean, to start with, scale is a huge part of the puzzle there. So in order to really be an efficient and effective public company, you're going to need revenues that are in the likely hundreds of millions of dollars. And a lot of that is just because of the operational burden that is going to be placed on you when you want to go public. There's more reporting, there's requirements that, you know, a lot of smaller businesses don't have, can't afford, and frankly don't want to waste their valuable resources on investing in, you know, all of the reporting requirements that you would need to meet. The other thing is, you know, on an ongoing basis, you know, public companies are held to different standards than private companies. So you're going to be asked to answer on a quarterly basis to public shareholders, and you know, you're going to be watching your stock price go up and down, and that can have a lot of pressure on management teams and on businesses. Whereas as a private business, you know, everybody certainly has to answer to somebody, so you'll still talk to your shareholders probably more than you want to, but the timeline is just a little bit extended, and you're not going to be working on a quarter-to-quarter basis. But you know, Scott, not sure if you have anything else to add there.
No, I think you covered well the life after the IPO. There's legal, accounting, and regulatory requirements that will cause you to have to, you know, add an enormous amount of people to your finance team, and you'll have to create an investor relation team. It's actually, you know, a group of individuals that you'll have to hire. So that definitely is a key part of it. But even just the process of going public is very time consuming, and you know, you'll have to hire a bank, you'll have to do road shows. It's not a straight line process, and I think Noah touched on the biggest part, which is that you really need to have a certain amount of scale in order to really pull it off. And so it's not a process that small companies oftentimes think about.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I think that is the key one. So for everyone listening, if you're a newer ISV, or maybe you're in that first real big wave, and this is when I hear it the most, Scott. I don't know if this is where you hear it a lot, but there's like in every software since I've really gotten into software, there's that first real big growth, right? Like that first big growth path, right? Where everyone starts singing, I think we can go IPO. I think that's in our future. And it's like, bro, you're like way far away. Like, right?
Yeah, it's a long, hard path to get there. And so the one thing I would say, Phil, for sure is, you know, if you're thinking about that path, you really need to talk to a credible investment banker, you know, a JP Morgan, a Citibank. You know, there are a lot of people that will tell you they can do it for you, but you really need some good professional advice, lawyers, accountants, investment bankers. You're going to need a good, strong team, and don't just listen to anybody, you know, who tells you they can get you there. It's a tricky process, and you need to make sure you do it right, or you're going to be shackled for the rest of your life to this thing.
Yeah. Yeah. So if Billy Mays shows up and starts telling you all about this amazing deal that you're going to get, hold up. So, all right. So IPOs is a big deal. So let's all, for everyone who's sitting there, let's say, okay, IPO, not for us, right? We got a long ways to that. So one of the other two Noah talked about then, Scott, you know, partial, complete buyout, managed buyout, great. But it's not just that simple either, right? Like you have to entice it. So what are the different kinds of investors that are available for software companies to go out and find, or to try to you know, entice in? And what kind of metrics are they looking for? How can we help them with that?
You know, Phil, I think that is probably the most important thing to think about upfront in this process. So, really think about what you want your life to look like after the sale. If you want to walk away from everything, then most likely you need to sell to what would be considered a strategic buyer. So Clearent kind of fits both molds. We fit as a strategic buyer, which we are, but we also kind of act like a private equity firm because we have, strong private equity backers. So if you want to walk away from your business, or if you want to, take a big step back and become part of a larger organization, the companies that we acquire, the founders are looking to kind of semi-retire or fully retire, or they say, you know what, I've been working 24 hours, 7 days a week for the last 10 years, and I just need some help. And so, we will bring those resources to bear, and they're a smaller piece of a big organization. Our founders, or the people that we buy the businesses from, still have a huge say in the strategy and the operation of the business if they want to stick around. So you can find a good strategic buyer if that's what you're looking for. If you want to maintain complete control and you want to be the man or woman and not have someone telling you what to do, you're probably looking for VC, venture capital, or you're looking for angels, so that you can just get some money, but you're not going to give up the day-to-day control of the operations. And maybe you control the majority, or maybe you just control a big chunk, but that's just kind of a way to take partial investment. And then private equity is kind of between the two. So the private equity guys will more than likely want to buy the majority of your business. Most of them will want to buy all of it, although there's plenty of firms out there that'll take a portion. But they're going to look to you to really get them to an end point. So the private equity horizon is typically shorter than what angels and venture capitalists would have. So when we as a strategic buyer buy a business, we're going to own it forever and ever. This is a marriage, and it will never end in divorce. The private equity guys, they're going to buy you and try to hold you for about 3 to 5 years is the typical horizon, but they're going to want some incredible results. So if you go private equity, you just got to be willing to, if you think you're working hard now, you're going to be working really hard, for 3 to 5 years with those PE guys, and they'll give you their statistics on how well they've exited businesses, and most of them will tell you, that they've done a good job with it. The VC and the angels are typically more patient, so they're not as long as a strategic, right, where we own forever and ever, but they're say 5 years plus. They're not as worried about getting their money back right away. They're more interested in where you can go. So they're kind of earlier stage investors. And the PE guys will buy you to sell you. Strategic guys will buy you to own you forever. So there's a lot of different options, and we're always, of course, happy to talk to people about those. And we would always encourage people to, talk to a professional advisor too as they think about those options. But if you can figure that out up front, it's going to make your life a lot easier as you go through the sale process.
I mean, that's amazing. That's like a really great breakdown. That's a different relationship, right? In each one of those. And you might be listening to this right now and think to yourself, well, that sounds good, or that sounds good. But until you're ready, like really ready to start making that move, you gotta know where you are and what you can handle. I've seen it, and I don't know, Scott, no, Mark, if you guys have seen it. I've seen a lot of founders that, thought they wanted one, didn't work out so well, right? I mean, have any experience where you guys have been like coaching or working with somebody that you went in, they thought they wanted that strategic buy or something like that, and it ended up going a different direction midway?
For sure. I mean, we see in every process that we participate in, you're going to see a mix of private equity, venture capital, and strategics kind of competing for that same asset. And oftentimes the founders will get, or the sellers will get a little confused, because maybe one group is offering a little bit more money. but what's that worth to you? Because if you're going the private equity route, for the difference of $1 million, do you want that kind of lifestyle, or whether take a longer view and maybe take a little bit less money? But strategics can pay as much as private equity guys. Anybody can pay more than the other, but my advice would be to definitely think about this up front and have that in your mind, because once you're in the process, it becomes a little overwhelming and it moves really fast. So, spend some time, spend months talking to other owners, other sellers, and think about this yourself so that you kind of have a guidepost and you don't get overwhelmed with information and, start chasing the shiny object that you later regret that you caught.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic advice. Now, you had mentioned, we talked about metrics, right? It's like a focus on it. So you got to know yourself well enough, right? So you know which way to go. But in any case, everyone's looking for about the same thing. Is that fair?
Yeah, it definitely is. I would say that's very true. Churn and retention are the two really big things that everybody's going to focus on. How differentiated your business is, what kind of barriers to entry you have. Those are probably the two big ones. Is how defensible is your current share, and we would see that borne out in your churn and your net retention metrics. Whether you're good at sales and marketing, what kind of customer diversification, your margins. Those are all things that we'll look at. Excuse me, but it really starts with that, that churn and retention, which just answers a lot of our questions. What else would you say, Noah? I know there's a long list that we go through.
Yeah, the other one that is top of our mind in pretty much every process is growth. And especially in a SaaS environment, retention is going to be a big part of that growth. We're looking for that sort of virtuous cycle of land and expand, but being able to add new customers on a regular basis, being able to present to potential investors and say, over the last 24 months, we have reliably added however many customers, and here's where the selling price is. And being able to demonstrate that track record of growth is extremely important. And sort of the counterweight against growth in a lot of instances is profitability, and just your ability to drop dollars down to the bottom line is important. And that whether the buyer is looking for growth or profitability will really depend on their strategy. And some of that's working, with the buyers to figure out exactly what the right fit is. But, I would say those two are obviously pretty important for us as well.
And that makes 100% sense. I mean, have you guys ever seen, and I know this sounds counterintuitive, but I've seen it over the course of my career, and I'm wondering if you guys have some examples of a time where you walk in to a business and the growth has been outstanding, but something was off. Like the churn was so high. It was just the profit it just didn't seem like it was taking hold. Because I think a lot of people get told that growth is the number one thing, but there's other things to it. Have you guys ever seen a case where, like, for everyone listening who's maybe thinking, oh, we got that, like, it's a balance, right? Like, did you have any examples?
Yeah, it's definitely a balance, and it's an important it's important to keep track of both at the same time. We don't want to see growth that is at the expense of constant marketing spend. For instance, us personally, there are some buyers out there that will pursue more of that strategy, and they will be open to higher spend verticals. But I think if you are unable to retain your customers and you're constantly pouring more and more dollars into marketing in order to just keep your head above water, that's a red flag for us. And that's something that we use the phrase path to profitability. And a business that is losing money because they're constantly spending money to get very profitable customers, and new customers, that's a positive. If you're constantly spending money to replace a customer that just left at the same value, then that's more of a concern.
Yeah, and for anybody who's been here all day and maybe joined one of the other panels, we talked a lot about churn. I want to keep that in our heads when we come back to it a little later on when we start talking about payments and getting to this stage in that, because churn is a big part of some of the strategies that we've talked about today about helping to reduce churn, making those customers stickier through even more value-based services. That's an example that Noah just laid out. But Noah, let me just ask before we move on real quick. I mean, everybody's got ideas, and everyone would love to say, "I'm going to do the whole." I don't know if maybe I'm talking out of school here, but y'all remember, like, I Dream of Genie. She used to close her eyes and everything just worked, or bewitched with the nose thing, and oh look, we sold. It takes some time to do one of these sales. So can you kind of talk through like what's reality in setting up an exit?
Yeah, and Scott's touched on it a few different times about sort of making your plan before you start, and thinking through the steps. And so realistic timeline is certainly important. And the path that you decide to take will impact the amount of time it takes. So on one extreme would be an instance where you already have identified someone that you believe is interested in your business. You have a good relationship with them. They're very familiar with you, and you feel like you know what your business is worth, and you can essentially enter directly into negotiations with them. That deal can be signed pretty quickly, and then they'll typically need to go into more confirmatory due diligence, which let's just say takes 3 to 6 weeks, depending on schedules and COVID and so on and so forth. On the other extreme, if you have no idea what your business is worth, you know it's worth something, you want to get some value for it, and you don't really even know who might want to buy your business, you might decide to use an intermediary, use an investment banker, or some other trusted advisor. And so that process is, you're going to have to, first of all, identify someone you want to work with. If you don't have someone in mind, then you're probably going to go through an interview process. You're going to hear pitches from bankers, and you're going to decide what the right fit is. And that process can take, several weeks, a month. And then, I'll quickly run through. I think it's important to sort of know what the process is when you're working with a bank. You typically would expect several weeks of the bankers with you in your business, collecting data, compiling materials that are going to be distributed to investors, and sort of trying to predict the questions that buyers are going to have. Then the bankers are going to start doing their thing. They're going to make calls. They're going to make introductions. They're going to present the materials to a universe of potential buyers. And then they'll start asking for first round bids. And that whole process, again, can take, I think we would typically say like about a month, maybe a little bit less, depending on what the banker's expectations are for the process. Then you sort of whittle down after that first round, that first bid. You look at the options, you weigh all the factors we've been talking about: money, lifestyle, control, landing place for your employees. You start evaluating all that, and then you whittle it down to a smaller number. And then you're, probably going to spend, another 4 to 6 weeks holding management calls, allowing people to do more diligence. And then it ultimately ends, typically we see a 2-stage process, a 2-bid process like that. But theoretically, if it's a very big, complicated transaction, lots of competition, it certainly could require more rounds than that. But all in, it's probably a 3 to 6 month process, depending on what your situation is.
So not bewitched. I just want to make sure. Not bewitched. Got it. All right. Yeah, it's extensive, and it should be extensive, right? Like you're not selling toasters here. You're selling part or all of something that you've built, and hopefully the due diligence is done right.
And Phil, on that point, you as a seller, you should be interviewing the buyer as much as they're interviewing you, because as Scott said, you could end up married to this this organization for a very long time. So,
well, I thought it was interesting, a study that was recently done, the number one thing that a lot of sellers, right, that were looking for wasn't just the money, like you would think, right? Money would be number one, or stocks or whatever. No, the number one thing was their employees, their culture, right? It was if they were going to have any kind of connectivity, if they had any kind of connectivity to their people, they wanted to make sure the company that was buying them was taking their employees and their teams into consideration, and that the company they were going to land at married up the right way. I mean, that all sounds great, though. I mean, listen, it takes time. Good things take time. But Scott, I mean, like, we could talk all about the good stuff, right? Like in Noah's example, there were 700 offers. They're whittling it. I like that. He's like, you whittle it down. What are the pitfalls of this? Because let's not all be rainbows and moonbeams. So what are the pitfalls in the exit strategy that people need to pay attention to?
Yeah, well, for one thing, it's a lot of work. I mean, you've got to really be willing to commit to the process, and it is going to suck up a lot of your time for, as Noah said, probably a 6-month period. And some people we know, depending on how ready you are, it may take you even longer. So the Noah's 100% right. I started with churn, but he's right. Your growth rate is going to determine your multiple, whether it's a revenue multiple or a profit or EBITDA multiple. How quickly you're growing is going to be the first, determinant of your multiple. And then you'll get a deduction, or you'll get additional turns of that multiple depending on your churn rate. So, you really gotta hone in and be ready to talk about that. The culture piece is a really big one that has to come through to the sellers. And Noah brings up a really good point, is you need to interview them as much as they're interviewing you. We always use the expression, we're going to do this with you, not to you. And, so you can tell as a buyer, you can tell who just wants to take the money and run, right? If you built the business to sell the business, it is painfully obvious. And maybe you built a good enough business, and maybe you have a management team that can survive into the future and thrive. And so maybe the buyer doesn't care. But if that's really your game, we'll pick up on it. It's really easy. Just as you walk us around and introduce us to people, we're going to tell what that relationship looks like. And we at Clearent aren't going to buy a business that we aren't sure is stable, is well run. A lot of the businesses that we've acquired have won Best Workplace awards. Those are really important points. But you need to ask those same things of your buyer, right? What's your churn rate? What's your revenue retention? Am I going to fix your problems? If I'm coming to you and I want to sell to you so that I can get access to growth capital or to your sales team, are they going to be around? So you need to do your diligence. And if they're hesitant on asking, any question that you get asked, you feel free to flip it around and ask them. They may not share as much data as what you're going to have to share, but you should get an answer that satisfies, that vibe. But yeah, we'll be able to pick through really quickly the smoke and mirrors on the cultural aspect and particularly that churn. You may be able to hide some mistakes, but the big ones, we're going to bring in an army of, auditors and any buyer will, when you're talking millions of dollars, expect people to get a pretty good forensic look at the business, and it's tough to hide stuff. So be ready, be clean, kind of know what you're looking for, and just be honest about it, right? If culture is not your thing and you built the business to sell the business, just kind of own that, but don't try to present it in a light that's disingenuous.
So don't lie to people who you're trying to get millions of dollars from. Check.
Yeah.
That is sound advice if I ever heard it. Well, you said it again. Noah said it. I said, let's don't forget about it. Churn's a big deal. And I like the way you turned it into a math equation, because it's factual, right? Like growth, number one, and then you either get your multiple, you get added to or deducted from based on churn. So let's kind of tie this in real quick. We've been talking a lot today about a payment strategy. Part of the payment strategy, number one, is it will help with your revenue growth, right? Number two, It'll help reduce your churn. So Mark, you have seen this game a lot, both yourself as a business owner who has taken this, and then also as those you've worked with. I mean, let's ask the simplest question in the world. Do these software companies really need a payment, integration or a payment facilitator to keep the most rewards in their payment integration? Is that really what's needed? Talk to everybody.
Sure. The simple answer is yes. And the reason for it is, we talk about all of the things that were just brought up by Noah and Scott. And let's start with the first one. The additional payment revenue creates an additional source of recurring revenue for the payment software company, right? For the software company itself. And not just the additional revenue, it's the diversification of revenue that becomes so important because, you think of it this way. If I'm a software company and my go-to-market strategy is to sell through trade shows, and a little thing like a pandemic happens and you can't sell at trade shows anymore, if you have additional products that you can sell to your existing base and you can continue to diversify and grow your revenue channel when your main go-to-market strategy is now no longer on the table, that's not just the fact that you're getting more revenue. It's the fact that you're protecting your business during ups and downs in economic times. And so it's an important strategy to always have this diversification of software. The other thing is when people talk about integration, it's not just the simplicity for your customer or the convenience to your customer. It's how do you take that payment integration and make it so tied in that you're helping your customer create efficiencies in their business. A good example of that is reconciliation. You see the companies that do this really well, they don't just do a transactional integration with a payment software. They do an integration so that all of the data and in terms of reconciliation and reporting is in the actual software company's portal or in their software of the software company, because the idea is you want people to live and breathe in your application. We always think about that. Even as payment vendors, we want people to go to our portals. We want them not to go to the bank portal to do reconciliation. Why? Because the more time they spend in our portal, the chances that we can sell them more products, we can get them to be more dependent on us. And, we throw around the word sticky. It's probably way overused, but ultimately it's really what you're looking for is how do you get the customer to want to work with you? And it kind of goes back to what Scott was saying. It's not we're trying to do it to you, it's we want to work with you. And so the more capabilities you can give your customer in terms of payment integration, the more you're working with them, and thus it's sticky, but it's not like sticky with a gun, right? It's sticky with a carrot, So the idea is, to do it in a way where you're doing it together. So the answer to your question is yes, Phil, in my opinion.
No, and Scott, like yes or no on this? Software companies that have payment integrations tend to already be worth more from a growth perspective than those that don't.
All other things being equal. So, comparing companies with like growth rates, like churn, 100% correct. And everything Mark said, I agree with is, it's diversification of revenue. It shows that, your product is trusted in the marketplace by your merchants. And so they're willing to take that expansion of offerings that you bring to them. So he brings up great points there, but yes, absolutely.
All right. So Mark brought up another great point, which I think we've done a pretty decent job this summit staying away from the 5,000-pound elephant in the room, because we all know who he or she is. It's been there the whole year. We all acknowledge it. We all know the environment that we are living and selling in. It's just what it is. But I think that we need to, for this purpose, let's call it out, because I think in this respects, it's important to understand the marketplace. If you're thinking about, or even dreaming about, setting up some kind of exit, especially in the next, 12 months, let's say. Noah, let's start with you. COVID, the almighty COVID right now. How has it hurt? How has it helped software companies looking to make an exit?
So for one, I would, we'll start with the positive. There is a lot of money that was on the sideline over the summer You may hear a term in the news called dry powder, and that refers to private equity funds, venture capital funds who raise a bunch of money. We call that dry powder. And they typically need to put that money to work in a certain amount of time, or they have to return it to their investors. And so when they have to take 3 to 6 months essentially off because they don't want to just dump money out into the unknown, it means that there's quite a bit of pressure to put that money out once things stabilize. So barring, a catastrophe, I think a lot of people are viewing us as having at least stabilized. And so there is a lot of money out there. And so that means that, there's going to likely be more competition for quality businesses. Values are going to go up. People want to deploy the money. So they're willing to spend a little bit more than they would have been. I think the other positive is that if you are a growth-oriented business that we've been talking about, if you've demonstrated growth through this pandemic, people are going to view that as very valuable, given that there could be a second wave or something like that. And if you've shown you can weather the storm, maybe a strategic buyer hasn't weathered it as well, and they're going to want to pay up for your business because they believe it can help stabilize theirs. So those are my two positives. I'll leave it to Scott to bring us all down back.
To chill it down. But Scott, Noah said something really interesting in there, right? He said if there's a second wave, I think we're on wave like 7 or 8 now, all joking aside. That's a really good point. There are industries that have done incredibly well through this. There's other industries that have really taken a hit. So let's, Noah gave us some positives, money, dry powder. I learned that term today. I'm going to totally drop that in conversation. It sounds smart now. So tell me the downsides to it.
And Phil, for the record, we think of you as the 5,000-pound elephant in the sales organization.
It's the only way I want to be known. That's the only way I want to be known. Fantastic.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, honestly, there's likely more momentum than not. Most of the banks that we talk to are talking about low interest rates persisting into or maybe through 2022. So that means that, there's going to be money. People are going to be looking for other things to invest in. You can't just sit on your money and make money. You're going to have to actually put it to work. There's a lot of momentum. The things that could derail everything is if the job losses continue, other industries continue to be hurt. If you're in hospitality, that's a tough place to be right now. There are certain industries that are just going to take longer to recover. And another shock, the economy is still fairly fragile. So another shock to the economy, if your merchants start going out of business or, having to shut down for long periods of time, you can have the best strategy in the world and there's just nothing you can do, with that headwind. So generally speaking, unless the wheels really come off, I think the points Noah raised are the right ones. In addition to this, low interest rate environment that we've probably got more stimulus money coming. So the positives probably outweigh the negatives. And if you're a business that can grow through all of this, man, you might ought to think about taking a little risk off the table, because the markets are as high as we've ever seen them right now for good companies.
Oof, I think a whole bunch of people just got excited, Scott. There's a whole bunch of people sitting on the other side of that going, maybe we should take some risk off the table, get some dry powder, all that stuff. No, I think it's right. I think that I think it's an interesting time, to say the very least. And there's a lot of good information here to get you all thinking about what you could do, right? So, before we wrap up and I get some final thoughts from the panel, I would say let's just recap a few things. So, knowing the type of ways that you can do an exit is important. Knowing the pitfalls of those things, understanding where the money comes from, what the relationship is for the money is really important. Knowing thyself, old quote, what you can actually handle, understanding who you are as a business and what you're seeking in a buyer, what you're seeking for your employees, being honest, being straightforward, maximizing growth, reducing churn, putting in integrated payments to help those multiples and make things, overused word, sticky. All are great points, fantastic things. I mean, this is good stuff. This is like a 101 lesson on how to exit a business. So Noah, I'm sure there's like 1,000,001 questions, but before we let them ask the questions, let me just bring it back in. Any last things? Let's go around the horn. Any last things? Noah, any last things you want to leave to all of these entrepreneurs out there before we all part?
Yeah, it's something I think we've mentioned it here and there, but I think it's worth calling out explicitly. It's super important to do the research and put in a little bit of time before you get started. Things can they can take 6+ months, but they will feel really, really fast, and it's going to be hard to catch up with sort of figuring out what you want to do once you start the process. So I think advice from us would be to do that work up front. And if, to the extent you have someone or a few advisors, people you trust, speaking with them and getting their opinions are going to be very, very helpful.
Yeah, like Tom Cruise said in Few Good Men, right? Harold, 6 months, it's a hockey season. There's nothing. 6 months is nothing. Be ready before you go in. Scott, what about you?
Yeah, I thought you were going to go with the Stripes quote about driving into Czechoslovakia. It's Czechoslovakia. Yeah, timing is really important. Let your passion come through. You built, this is your baby, and we want to hear, this should be a difficult process for you. You've followed your dreams. You've taken all the risks to get yourself to this point. Take credit for your blood, sweat, and tears that have gone into it, but let that passion show and, introduce us to people in the organization that are also passionate about the business. If you're just looking for a check, you probably can find a buyer out there, but you're not going to get top dollar. So, let that culture breathe, let it come through. And Noah brings up a great point about talking to advisors. And if you don't know advisors, reach out to, I'd say, people contact Phil, contact Mark, they'll get you to me or to Noah. We've got a book that we're going to recommend at some point, I think, Phil, right? That'll kind of walk you through some of the steps, written by a friend of ours in the industry. There's just lots of resources out there. So make sure that you do your homework, let that passion come through. And if your business is strong, you'll have, your problem is going to be too many people to sort through.
Excellent. Yes, we'll talk about that book in 1 second. Mark, take us home. What do you say for all of it? Good advice as someone who's been through it yourself. What do you say?
I think we just heard it. You have some really good experts here. Scott and Noah have been doing this a long time. They understand as a business, not just what you need to do to get the most money out of your business, but to also end up with the best life after business, right? Speaking from a person who sold a software company and thought I was just in it to make a bunch of money. And at the other end of it, found out that all of a sudden I was signing up for a lot more work than I really wanted to sign up for, because I had a pretty nice life going and it got really pretty heavy pretty quick. I think it's really good to listen to the experts. And, if I had anything to say, it'd really be a question, what do I do first? If I'm in that position, what's a good suggestion? Do I just Google it? When I owned the software business, Google wasn't around, so I didn't have that option. I started calling accountants and basically our CPA firm, right, is how I found the exit strategy. In today's world, what's that look like, Scott?
Yeah, you're exactly right, Mark. But don't talk to just anybody, right? You may know a neighbor who happens to be a lawyer, who happens to be a banker, and they may have done a deal or two, but there are people that, do this on a serial basis, lawyers, bankers, financial advisors. And seriously, there's a lot of folks that will, just have an open conversation with you, such as ourselves. you'll know if the match is there, it's going to be there and it'll be obvious for both sides. We do think of it as a marriage, and, it's got to be a mutual relationship. And, if somebody's trying to talk you into something and putting a hard sell on you, they're probably the wrong person to be talking to. But make sure they've done it a few times. And, lawyers, CPAs, investment bankers, other people that have been through the process just to kind of get the process started, but, cast a wide net.
Good advice.
Awesome advice. Awesome advice. But still, I am sure more questions. The name of that book, by the way, is 17 Reasons Your Company is Not Investment Grade and What to Do About It. It is by a good friend, Zane Terrence. I hope I said that right, Terrence. We actually have some copies that we are going to give away today, I think, to the first 10 or so questions that come into the group. We'll get your information and we will send that to you. But you got to ask the question, which shouldn't be that tough. So what is up next? Let's tell you what's up next. Just like the rest of our day, these fantastic panelists are making themselves available to answer your questions. So this is a chance to go in a little bit deeper, right? As Mark said, the Google is out there, but the knowledge is better, right? It's right here. You don't have to guess it. The right keyword search, some smart brains in front of you. So look for that. Jump on, ask the questions. Make sure you are engaging. There's going to be information that we're going to put out from the summit, more on a lot of things. We'll make sure we put lists of resources, things like that. Over the course of, the next few weeks, we may be putting out additional information of things that happened or were uncovered during the summit. So don't think that this is a one and done kind of deal. The whole goal of this and the whole reason why we did this, was really to help you through all stages of the journey. And that's part of who Clearent is, why we are built different. So anyway, gentlemen, fantastic conversation. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And for everybody else, question panel is open now. And thank you all for your attention and for participation. We will all talk very soon. Take care, everybody. Bye now. Hey, everybody, and welcome to the ISV Summit Radio Network. I am Phil Rickey, your host, and this is a Clearent Minute, where we have the ability to sit down and talk with some of the most amazing people that you've heard throughout the day. But today, and right now, this is our final one of the day, and we're actually going to be sitting down here in studio with the gentleman who kicked off the event at the very beginning, Mr. Matt Morrow. He is the Chief Revenue Officer for Clearent Holdings. And one of the reasons why this event went on. So let me bring him in right now. Mr. Morrow, how are you today, sir?
Hey, Phil. Doing well. Great work today.
Hey, man. Thank you, and thanks for all your support. I think it turned out really fantastic. That was a great conversation we just got to listen to with Scott and Noah and Mark, really helping with the exit, which I know so many ISVs were really looking to listen to and gain some knowledge. But I think all the panels today really were informative. What was your take on everything, having a chance to listen to what everyone talked about?
Yeah, so I think one of the things we've been able to do here is pull together professionals from all aspects of this ecosystem out there. So everything around integrated payments, but also software executives that understand the software side better than the payment side. And then having it capped off with Scott and team is amazing as we think about, a lot of the software companies we partner with are looking at the next steps and the ultimate goal. And that is, it's a great opportunity for us to bring knowledgeable people together from all walks. Mm-hmm. And frankly, I don't know that you could have done something like this in a face-to-face mode where you could plow through so many great topics in such rapid succession and talk to so many different people. So I've been very impressed with what we've been able to make available out there.
No, I agree with you. And I mean, when you there's a lot lost when you think about the big events that we go to, is that you have to choose, certain topics, so you're bouncing in between, and there's so much material, but you only really get to consume a very small piece of it. And you're right, this is a unique way to think about things. I would say, and I think we've said it all day, this is not what any of us would have probably planned on, at the start of the year, but here we are. We're making the best out of everything together. We're trying to plan together, and I agree. I think we had a chance to really go through a diverse amount of topics. So let me ask you this question. The big elephant in the room has been COVID. We don't want to make anything about it, but we all know that we're working through trying times. There's optimism now, right? There looks to be a path that we can come out of this in 2021. We can start getting back to normal. From your perspective, with everything you're seeing, what do the next 12 to 18 months really look like for software, for payments, and how those synergies come together?
I think that this is an opportunity over the next 12 months to really think about retooling your payments program. And that could mean everything from literally the way your payments solution works within the broader software solution that you deliver to your customers. Mm-hmm. But also you could be looking at aspects, the financial aspects of your partnership. Is the partner that you've chosen working for you? And I think when I sit down and talk to software executives about their programs, a lot of times they're very focused on issues that they've got that frankly need to be addressed. Are your clients getting treated by your payment processor the way you want them to? Do you have the right sales motions in place? Is the strategy working? Are you doing everything you can to deliver value, but also monetize that value with your client base? And I think those conversations, this is a good time for that, because a lot of people are going to be invigorated in 2021 with 2020 behind us. And now's the time to be looking for ways to help your customers succeed and find ways in your own business to rebound better in 21.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll say this, I'll frame this for everyone who doesn't know. I mean, Matt, you've had a lot of experience working with both partners who are doing this for the first time, partners who are doing this maybe for the second or third time, right? So for the partner that is spent today testing things out, maybe really gaining knowledge for the first time, right? Putting their toes in the water. What do you say to them? Like, they've come to this, they're thinking about it, they've heard enough, it's a good idea. What's the next step for them to do?
Software companies that I talk to, I usually try to understand first and help them understand how integrated is the payments value proposition in the overall solution you deliver. Because I think right there, it's going to take you down one of two paths. If at the end of the day, your entire reason for existing is around transaction management, and then the things you do around that, maybe employee management or other solutions that you provide in your vertical, kind of hang off of that transaction. Think of a point of sale. There are software companies out there that would consider themselves a point of sale. So they literally define themselves by the transaction. Mm-hmm. Payments is a particular strategy that is central. But a lot of the software companies I talk to today, they're doing 100 other things, mm-hmm. and payments is a piece of the puzzle. And their customers are looking at them to deliver, scheduling and routing and a lot of other aspects of technology to help them run their businesses more efficiently. And payments is kind of a sidecar to that. And to those software companies, what I would say is start looking at your strategy. Maybe you've been researching or trying to understand the opportunity to be a payment facilitator. Maybe you're looking at, or you have a current program with a processor where you're doing the sales and servicing for payments, but it's not going great. Mm-hmm. And what I've seen a lot of times in these conversations is if you don't have to be a payments company, but mm-hmm. payments has to be part of your product, then a partnership with a payment processor that can deliver the best client experience, a growth-oriented sales and marketing program that will help you hit the attach rates you're looking for and generate the residuals you're looking for, is the right way to go. Don't choose to be a payment company if you don't have to. Now, if you're on the other end and really your software is all about optimizing that transaction and delivering data on that transaction, because at the end of the day, a lot of what you do is point of sale, sure. Then look for a partner that can deliver the tools you need to succeed, the tools to understand your portfolio, to get the analytics you want, and a partner that's going to be there when things don't work, and to make sure that you've got the support you need with your customers on that payment side.
Great advice. Great advice. It's a scary time for someone first going in there. So knowing that you have the right person on your side is it's most of it. So Matt, what do you hope for from this? You know, people have come to this, they've listened. Hopefully they've gotten some good information. But moving forward, what would you like to leave everybody with coming out at the end of the event?
Well, okay. So selfishly, I want people to know that Clearent is out here in a different way in the software space than our competitors in the payments landscape. And what I mean by that is, you know, Clearent is built different. We have built a platform to support software companies, and unlike some other organizations out there, we have acquired and continue to maintain software businesses under Clearent. And it's different than what you see in the payment space. We have not wrapped these companies into the payment processor. They are running as independent businesses, which means that they have demands on our system and our ecosystem like any other partner would, product-wise, financially, from a sales and marketing perspective. And so I want the market to really understand that Clearent, more so than any competitor I can think off the top of my head, really understands both sides of the equation. Being an independent software vendor and a payment processor allows us to see both sides and really optimize. And we've done some amazing things with some of our companies that we're in business with around streamlining detokenization and retokenization of cards for customers whose business is based on recurring payments. You know, we've created some very unique technologies that would only get created by a processor who has to meet the needs of a software vendor. What coming out of this conference, I'd also like to hear from the market. I'd like to hear from software companies that want to talk about next steps, but also if there's feedback on, hey, we want to learn more about this, or we want more emphasis on that. I think there is a willingness and an interest within Clearent to do more of this. And so we want feedback from the market. What do you want? And we will pull experts together. We'll pull industry experts outside of Clearent in. We want to add value to this marketplace.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better. That's fantastic. It's been a fun day. A lot of hard work has gone into it, a lot of great information given, and I think that closes it up very nicely. Now it's the next step, and hopefully we can keep doing more and keep adding value in other ways. Matt Morrow, thank you so much for taking a few moments and talking with everybody and helping us come to the end as we start getting ready to close everything out here in a few minutes. So thank you so much, sir. We appreciate the time.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank
you.
you.
Have a good rest of your day.
You the best. You the best. All right, everybody. So stay tuned. We'll be wrapping it up here in a few minutes. I know there's still a lot of questions going on in that last panel. There was a lot to talk about. We'll be coming back together here shortly, so stay tuned. But from all of us here at the Clearent ISV Summit Radio Network, we hope you have enjoyed the day. We'll talk to you very soon. Best all. Take care. Bye.
For more information on everything today and for future topics, follow us at clearent.com/Clearent-EDU. Clearent, built different.
What a truly fantastic day. We want to thank all of our panelists for the great information shared. We especially want to thank all of you for taking the time out of your busy days to join us.
We hope you learned a lot and had some fun along the way.
As we mentioned earlier, we'll be sending out panel recordings straight to your inbox so you can rewatch all of the content that was shared here first.
If you have any questions, simply reply back to that email. We'll be happy to answer any questions that you have so that you have the information you need to succeed.
At Clearent, our greatest accomplishment is your success. It's how we were built, and it's in everything we do. Thanks again for sharing your most valuable thing with us, your time. Until we speak again, take care, everybody.